waiting for him to officially say that he is set. He is filed, he's in, he is a candidate for president of the United States. Bit of a history lesson there all the way through until present day, talking about character and how America should go big. We will talk with Chris Christie tomorrow night on Special Report. By the way, I'll also interview former President Donald Trump Monday, June 19th at 6 p.m. Eastern. With that, let's bring it on panel. Guy Benson, political editor at townhall.com.
decided to run for truth and justice, which takes the form of running for president of the United States as a candidate for the People's Party.
And Cornell West, the far left guy. There's an appetite on the left for a guy who's
I'd like to remind everyone to please make sure the cell phones are silenced. We have approval of the city commission meetings, meeting minutes for the regular city commission meeting of May 2nd, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Preston, seconded by Vice Mayor Parnas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Acknowledgement of our city board meeting minutes for Education Advisory Board meeting minutes of February 1st and March 1st of 2023. Non-uniform employees pension fund meeting minutes of February 13th and March 17th. Our community appearance board meeting minutes of April 26th and May 10th. And our Hillsborough Inlet District meeting minutes of April 17th, 2023. And our code compliance meeting minutes for April 11th, 2023. Cultural Committee meeting minutes from March 20th and Marine Advisory Board meeting minutes from January 19th.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Preston. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, we have approval of our agenda tonight for June 6th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Preston. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Madam Clerk.
For those attending via Zoom online, wishing to speak under public comment or on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom of the participants tab and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Gans. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Gans. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Paula Prendergast here today? Paula? You can't hear me? I'm sorry. I've never heard that before, but is that? Can you hear me now? All right, there. Sorry about that. The city of Deerfield Beach would like to thank the American Red Cross as a beacon of compassion and unwavering support here in the city of Deerfield Beach. Their assistance in providing everything from temporary housing, sustenance, and clothing during our times of crisis. And we'd like to recognize them. And in recognizing the American Red Cross, we salute their selflessness, their professionalism, and their boundless empathy. And we have you here there tonight. Thank you so much.
Board of Directors our fiscal year with this recognition. You know, we've been busy the last couple months. We had Hurricane Ian, we started off in, then we had historic flooding where we had shelters, and this is great. We're going to go out.
Thank you
You're
so much.
welcome. Thank you.
Okay. The first item on tonight's agenda, item number 2, is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, considering an amendment to the major site plan from Deerfield Development Resources LLC to construct 320 mid-rise multifamily dwelling units with an attached parking garage and associated site improvements at the property located at 414, 430, 454, and 480 Northeast First Avenue, 240 Northeast Fifth Street, 412, 424, 430, 446, 450, and 458 North River Drive, and 409 North River Drive, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Application number PDD-01, revision 1, providing for a reduction of 6 dwelling units, a reduction to the width of the parking garage, and minor modifications to the interior site layout, landscaping, and resident amenities, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. I believe the applicant's representative, Mr. Mealy, is here to speak on this item. And Mr. Mealy, if you would just let me know whether or not you choose to waive quasi-judicial proceedings for this item.
This is an approved site plan amendment to as the new 6 units. Reason for that, units on the second floor.
See if that, try that again. Is that better? Okay, thank you.
Can we turn that up?
Here, we've got someone coming up here that we're gonna have some
Fix.
assistance.
There we go.
How about now?
Excellent. Can you hold one moment, Mr. Mealy?
Pursuant to ordinance 2009-006, City of Deerfield Beach Code of Ethics, the applicant's representative, Dennis Mealy, made the following campaign contributions. Commissioner Michael Hudak, $500 on February 5th, 2019. Vice Mayor Bernie Parnes, $500 on January 19th, 2021. And Commissioner Todd Drosky, $500 on December 23rd, 2020. The applicant's representative's firm, Greenspoon Martyr, made the following campaign contributions. Commissioner Michael Hudak, $500 on February 5th, 2019, and $500 on November 21st, 2022. Vice Mayor Bernie Parnes, $500 on January 19th, 2021, and Commissioner Todd Drosky, $500 on December 23rd, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mealy,
Yes.
again, just a reminder about the microphone, if you could.
Can you hear me now? I noticed that
That better?
you have the. How about now?
Yeah,
I'll just lean in. How about that? I think this is the presentation for number 3. Do you have the one for number 2? It would say Vista Clara, I believe. If not, I have a thumb drive. There we go. Thank you very much. Again, Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale. On behalf of the applicant, I do agree to waive the quasi judicial procedure. The change that we've made here is to reduce the number of units by 6. We have a lobby. We had 6 units on the second floor above the lobby. We decided to make the lobby a taller ceiling, and so we removed those 6 units. The only other thing we did, we had 2 parking garages, so we have made it into 1. And what that's allowed us to do is increase the setback to have more green area along First Avenue, both on the south side of the garage and the north side of the garage. If we go to the next slide, I'll just show it to you real quick. So that's the revised plan. So you see the parking garage along First rather, is 1 garage instead of 2. So it's pushed closer together. So we have more green area on the north and south sides of the garage right at First Avenue. So go to the next slide, please. And this is just a list of the changes, which I've kind of already gone over. There was one question that came up at Planning and Zoning Board, so I want to repeat this for the record. The access onto First Avenue, just as it was with the original approved plan, is limited to emergency vehicles and service vehicles. The exit or the entrance and exit for the residents is on River Avenue, which it was again with the first plan. We had a development agreement for this project. We're still complying with all of the terms of the development agreement. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If there's any public comment, I'd like the opportunity to respond as appropriate. Thank you.
excellent. Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would care to comment on this item? Okay, do you still want to talk about the item though? Do you know which item it is? Because it's item number 1 on the agenda. Did you want to talk on it? Excuse me, item number 2, excuse me. Yeah, for some reason you can hear, I don't know why that's not working. We're gonna have to try to work on that. Sir, would you like to speak on this item? Number 2? Sure. Just need your name and address for the record. You might need to speak directly into the microphone.
Marty Madura, 459 Northeast First Avenue. I just have a couple questions for the developer and for council. On sheet A020, it shows an automatic gate entrance. When you're leaving the property, is that a traffic loop where the gate opens?
We'll find out. We'll get an answer for you.
And as far as entering the property, is there a card key, a call box, or what there?
We'll find out for you.
Okay. And as far as the development agreement, what are the steps to change it if they need to?
Is that all your questions?
Yeah, is that put before the public or is it, done administratively?
We're gonna let you know here.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would care to comment on item number 2? Yes, sir.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I can. I don't know if they can. though.
Everybody here? My name's Joe Ziegler. I live at 502 Northeast Second Terrace. I'm a property directly on the north side of the development. And forgive me if this has been answered. I might have missed this, but there's going to be a gate right at the front of my property that apparently opens and closes in the morning and night for people to walk into the place from our neighborhood. And I wanted to know how that gate's going to work. Like, how does it open and close? What time does it open and close? Who's in charge of opening and closing it? Just kind of details on how that whole thing works.
Okay.
And then also, similar to Marty's question, I think there's an entrance for next to that gate or in that same spot. There's this little lot kind of on the north end of the development where they're going to put this gate for people to walk in and out. And then there's going to also be an access for emergency personnel. I kind of wanted to get an idea how that's gonna work. I think Marty and I are both kind of worried that these other entrance points in the whole neighborhood, actually, because we're worried these other access points, the residents are going to figure out ways to use them when they're meant for emergency, pedestrians, and I guess delivery trucks and stuff. So that's it.
Do you have any problem with the reduction of the units?
No,
Okay,
no.
excellent. Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Wilson Moore, 331 Northeast, Third Terrace. And
Excuse me. I think if everyone is quiet, we might be able to hear the person speaking. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties clearly. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
331 Northwest Second Terrace, Wilson Moore, Moorer.
Thank you.
I just want to know which way is the property facing? 417 Northeast First Avenue. I need to know, we want to know, is that parking garage going to be facing, is the parking garage going to be facing our property, or which way is this facing? That's what we want to know. And so if the parking garage is going to be facing our property, I mean, that's to us and our residents in our apartment complex, we're going to be looking at that. They're going to be looking at that on a daily basis, which, isn't a very good sight to be looking at when you're getting up and coming in and out of your own particular apartments, looking at that parking garage and constant traffic. So we just want to know which way it's facing.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anyone else on this item? Anyone online? I'm going to close it to the public. Mr. Mealy, can you answer some of these questions?
Yes.
Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you. Can I ask the clerk, could you go to page 2 on the presentation, please? There we are. So along the canal or the Hillsborough River, whatever you may want to call it, you see there's a boardwalk. So at the bottom of this drawing, that's the curve. And that was part of our public benefits when we rezoned this property to PDD. And so that boardwalk would be open to the public. It will be controlled by the city's parks department there's gates at either end. When they open it, when they close it. Generally, the conversation we had with the parks department is it was definitely going to be closed when it's dark, but it might even be closed earlier than that. It's up to them. We're building it as at the request of the city. Obviously, it wasn't something we needed for our development, but we were happy to do it. And then in terms of the access points, if you see to the lower left of this diagram, that's how residents will enter the property off of River Avenue. And you can see the dark gray, that's the drive aisle that takes them into the garage. And then on the other side, at the upper right of this diagram, is the entrance off of First Avenue. That is only for police, fire, EMS, and service trucks, not residents. The residents' key fob will not open a gate there. It will open a gate on River Avenue.
So it's going to be controlled by a key fob. And the only people that are gonna have access to that is service or emergency.
That's correct, to the one on the upper right off of First Avenue.
The residents' key fob, which operates to get them in their exit and entrance that they're supposed to use, can only be used there, not in this location.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the development agreement provides for that, and the development agreement is recorded, so it's binding on us or any future owner of the property.
Okay.
Did I think, oh, the garage. Can you go to the next slide, please? One more, please. There you are. So this is the rendering for the garage along First Avenue. It's very much the same as what we had before, except before it was two buildings that took up more of the property. Now it's one, and it's compressed a little bit, so that we have more green area at either side. But this is the very attractive facade that we chose when we first came in. We're keeping it the same. It's just a little bit smaller now.
So that's the facade. That is, if I were standing on the sidewalk and looking east, this is what I would be viewing.
That's
Is that
correct.
right?
That's correct.
Hope that answers Mr. Moore's question. So nothing has changed as far as that. You just reduced.
The only thing that's changed with respect to the garage is it got smaller because it used to be two and they were longer.
It's been there. since
Same
the very
design,
beginning.
same green walls, same stone, same everything.
Excellent. Yeah. All right, and the changing to the development agreement can only occur with public hearing, or can that be done administratively?
No, there's no, first of all, we're not proposing any change to the development agreement, but because the development agreement was approved by the commission, if we wanted to amend it, we would have to come back to the commission.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments?
Second.
We have a motion for Commissioner Hudak, second by Vice Mayor Parnas. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
Item number 3 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, rezoning approximately 4.28 gross acres located at 201, 221, 231, and 299 Federal Highway and 226 through 228 Northeast 9th Avenue from Highway Business District B2 and RM10 Residence Multifamily to Planned Development District PDD. Application 21-195, providing for a maximum of 277 dwelling units, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. This is first reading. The applicant's representative is here, Mr. Mealy. If you can get up and let me know whether you choose to waive quasi or not. Thank you.
Good evening, Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of the applicant. Do you need me to step aside for a minute for the clerk?
Yes, please.
Pursuant to ordinance 2009-006, City of Deerfield Beach, Code of Ethics, the applicant's representative, Dennis Mealy, made the following campaign contributions. Commissioner Michael Hudak, $500 on February 5th, 2019. Vice Mayor Bernie Parnas, $500 on January 19th, 2021. Commissioner Todd Drosky, $500 on December 23rd, 2020. The applicant's representative's firm, Greenspoon Martyr, made the following campaign contributions. Commissioner Michael Hudak, $500 on February 5th, 2019. And $500 on November 21st, 2022. Vice Mayor Bernie Parnas, $500 on January 19th, 2021. And Commissioner Todd Drosky, $500 on December 20th, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mealy.
Thank you. We have a number of slides to show. So we'll get started. So we can go to the next one. Thank you. So this is the, I have all this stuff in the way, so I can't see my little screen here. Let me move it out of the way. So this is our location map, our location on Federal Highway between Eller Street and 4th Street. We can go to the next slide, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mealy, can you advise whether you choose to waive quasi
Oh,
or judicial proceedings or not?
I have no problem waiving the quasi judicial procedure, but I do notice online there is an attorney who I believe might be representing someone involved in this matter. So
Okay.
if I waive it, what does that mean if he doesn't?
You can waive it. It's your right to waive it, but under the quasi judicial proceedings, if there is public input and public comment, they demonstrate that they're substantially affected by the application and they object to it. It'd be up to the city commission as to whether or not to proceed with a full evidentiary proceeding. And if they do choose to do so, then it would be deferred to the next meeting to give both the city and the applicant and the interested party an opportunity to prepare for such hearing.
Okay, I just don't, I don't want to waive it if somebody else doesn't waive it and then they have quasi judicial and I don't. That's all I'm trying to prevent. But if it's being waived for everyone, I'm good with that. Should I proceed?
I believe so. That's great. You can wait. Thank you. I'm looking at my turn. I want to make sure that we're okay.
You are okay to proceed. The attorney can certainly speak during public comment and he can raise any objections and we can go from there.
Thank you very much.
That's up to the commission. If you so choose, you can hear from him now.
Go ahead and comment now so we can make sure we proceed properly. What is his name?
Hi, this is Attorney Ralph Brooks. I'm board certified in city, county, and local government law since 2004. And I've served as a city attorney for St. Pete Beach, Madeira Beach. I'm currently a city attorney for Naples, and I've been a county attorney for Sarasota County and Monroe County in the Florida Keys. Today, I represent Rick Jorge, RIC, JORGE at 203 Northeast 8th Terrace. And he is a very near and proximate homeowner. You can see Northeast Terrace is just one street away from the subject property. Rezonings are quasi-judicial under the Supreme Court ruling in Brevard versus Snyder County, or excuse me, Brevard County versus Snyder. And we believe that all rezonings are quasi-judicial and that we would not waive any quasi-judicial rights to procedural due process, competent substantial evidence, and the essential requirements of law.
So Mr. Brooks, just to sum it up, are you objecting to the applicant's request for a waiver of the quasi judicial proceedings?
Yes, I don't think it's legal.
Okay.
Yeah. If you'd like to leave, you can go right ahead right now. Go right ahead. Thank you.
So commission, we have had these procedures in place for quite some time. They can certainly object as part of this, and it's really up to the commission as to whether you want to proceed with a full evidentiary hearing today or to defer it to give the applicant, the interested party, or the staff the ability to prepare for such full evidentiary hearing.
We don't need more time.
Proceed then.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and read a statement in terms of the full evidentiary hearing and the procedures for quasi judicial proceedings under our code. They are to be conducted in formal manner. But however, generally what happens is staff presents the case on behalf of the city. The staff will go, the applicant will go, members will still have the right to speak for 3 minutes. If there's an intervener, which it sounds like we may have one, that documents that they have some substantial interest above and beyond the general public, party interveners shall have up to 10 minutes to present their presentation. Keep in mind when the public speaks, we're going to be swearing in speakers. If you're the public and you do not want to be sworn in, you do not have to. However, under our procedures, the commission is not to give as much weight to testimony from someone who is not sworn in versus someone who is sworn in. So keep that in mind. Additionally, if you are sworn in, the applicant, the intervening party would have the right to cross-examine witnesses as well. And for the commission, I'm also going to advise you to disclose any ex parte communications that you may have had with the applicant, oral or otherwise, or the applicant's representative. So if we can start maybe with the ex parte communication disclosures, and then we can go from there. The city can present their case, or the applicant can present their case, and then we will move forward in the schedule. We'll hear from the public as well as their intervening party, who it looks like is represented by Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. I can go first with that. I attended the public meeting, which I I don't have the date of that, but I did attend that public meeting. I believe the subsequent day following that, I did have a conversation with Mr. Mealy regarding the meeting. Commissioner Hudak?
I also attended the public meeting, and I did receive a phone call from Mr. Mealy after that public meeting, and we did discuss it.
Commissioner Preston? Okay. Mayor Parnas?
I had a phone meeting with Ms. Neely about this development.
Commissioner Drosky?
I did not attend the public hearing, but I did have conversations with Mr. Mealy by telephone.
Thank you. Yeah.
I too did not attend that meeting, but I did discuss the issue with Mr. Mealy.
Thank you.
Okay. And just a reminder, the applicant does have the right to call witnesses, introduce exhibits, cross-examine opposing witnesses, et cetera. So we'll go ahead and start with staff. I don't know if Mr. Power, you have something that you want to present on behalf of the city with respect to the application. Now would be the time to do it. After staff presents, you have up to 30 minutes. If you need it, the applicant has up to 30 minutes. Reminder, members of the public will have 3 minutes unless extended by 1 additional minute, and the intervening party will have up to 10 minutes.
You can do it from there, Mr. Power, if you'd like. That microphone might be working better.
Eric, can you hear me? Yep. Eric Power, Director of Plan Development Services, City of Deerfield Beach. And I would like to enter the staff report for this application item into the record.
Eric, I'm going to have to ask you to really speak into the microphone. If not, you can come on up. It might be better working up here.
I'll come up.
Thank you.
Eric Power, Director of Plan Development Services, City of Deerfield Beach. One moment. This is application 19-PD-01, revision 1 for Vista. Oh, I'm in Vista Clara, and I apologize. No, I have it. I want to read the staff one. Thanks. Apologize. This is application 21-R-195. And I would like to enter the staff report into the record. The project name is Centrum Deerfield Access, aka as Access Deerfield Rezoning. The applicant is CRD Federal LLC. The agent was Greenspoon Martyr. And the request is to rezone an application seeking to approve to rezone the subject parcels from B2 Highway Business and RM10 Residential Multifamily Property to PDD Planned Development District. The address is located between 201, 299 North Federal Highway and 226, 228 Northeast 9th Avenue. The approximate size of the property is 4.2 acres. And the existing zoning is again R B2 Highway Business and RM10 Residential Multifamily. Currently, the existing land use is vacant along with 1 2-story building And the future land use designation is residential medium. To the north of the existing land use is a commercial property, which is zoned B2 highway business. The east is multifamily residential, which is zoned RM25 residential multifamily. To the south is commercial with the zoning of B2 highway business. And to the west, as well as multifamily, is RM10 residence and RS5 residential. All properties are the applicable regulations of the City of Deerfield Beach Land Development Code. And the plat has a restriction of proposed plat restricted to 277 mid-rise units. Again, the request of the applicant is requesting to approve to rezone the subject parcels from B2 highway business and RM10 residential family property to PDD Plan Development District under the Deerfield Beach Land Development Code pursuant to section 98-68 PDD Plan Development District Land Development Code. Rezoning request includes a statement of need, conceptual master plan, as well as proposed property development requirements for which the site development plan shall be in compliance. And on April 6, 2021, the City Commission approved the second reading of Land Use Plan Amendment Application Number 64A, approving the change in land use on the subject parcels from commercial to residentially regular 48 1 units per acre. The applicant has also submitted a plat application, which is 20-P-229, and a site plan application, which is 21-PDD-02, seeking approval of the proposed redevelopment of the subject properties and is pending separate review and approval. The applicant intends to develop the subject properties for 277 multifamily dwelling units with an attached parking garage, associated on and off-site improvements. And as far as the update that was included in the staff report, the item was tabled as at October 3rd, 2022 City Commission meeting. The applicant has since completed a new traffic study and has received approval from FDOT to install a new northbound turn lane on Federal Highway and an extension to the existing southbound left turn lane. To accommodate these improvements, the applicant was required to resubmit the site plan application to city staff to review a realignment of the Federal Highway entrance to the building. Pending the approval of the first reading of the rezoning application, these improvements and changes to the site plan will be heard separately as part of the site plan approval for application number 21-PDD-02. The proposed future land use map designation identifies the site as residential irregular, 48 1 units per acre. The rezoning of a PDD to Plan Development District will facilitate residential uses in compliance with proposed Deerfield Beach Comprehensive Plan. Future land use designation. The request provides for additional housing opportunities in the city, consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Deerfield Beach Comprehensive Plan. The property is proposed to be rezoned to PDD, and development therein will be subject to development requirements proposed in the zoning report and development agreement, which will accompany the rezoning. The site plan application must comply with the requirements as set forth in development requirements in the rezoning report. A predominant land use to the surrounding area, specifically within the 500 feet of this property, is single-family residential to the west, multifamily to the east, commercial to the south and north, and the proposed PDD zoning is compatible with the adjacent neighboring uses and zoning. The compliance to Land Development Code Section 98-68 of PDD Plan Development District development, number one, development redevelopment of properties is the parent. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the subject parcels into a 277 multifamily residential neighborhood with a parking garage and residential amenities. Applicants submitted additional applications to accommodate proposed rezoning, including a site plan demonstrating improvements to Eller Drive and Northeast 4th Street, undergrounding of power lines and public space. The master conceptual plan is included within this PDD report. The development and redevelopment of properties shall enhance the economic development strategy of the city of Deerfield Beach. The existing use is vacant land. The redevelopment of parcels into multifamily will create additional housing options for existing residents. The mix of units and the proximity of the subject site to the Pioneer Grove area expands opportunities for a greater range of housing and neighborhood choice to attract new residents. Proposed undergrounding improvements benefit adjacent property owners. Improvements to Eller Drive benefit the surrounding community and Deerfield Beach Elementary. The development of properties, unique property characteristics, natural or man-made, that impede the development of these properties under the strict application of the regulations of the Land Development Code. The existing zoning designations for the parcel RM10 and B2. Rezoning the properties PDD will unify the zoning district and permit a density consistent with the regular 48 1.1 residential land use designation. The PDD proposes alternatives to standard development regulations of the existing zoning designations, such as maximum height and setbacks, to enable the development of the 277 residential units. Summary: the purpose of the PD district is to enable quality development for properties that, due to size or characteristics of the property, other influence of zoning regulation, providing the code will result in underutilized or undeveloped property. Staff's review of application 21-R-195 has determined the rezoning of such properties to PDD Plan Development District will further the goals of the city to unify the zoning of all parcels, make the zoning of the property compatible with the land use designation. Additionally, proposed rezoning complies with rezoning qualifications set forth in section 98-68 PDD, Plan Development District of this code. And should the city commission decide to approve the drilling application, staff recommends the following conditions of approval.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parra, I have to stop you. I didn't swear you in. Can you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so all you got.
I do.
Okay, and all the testimony you just gave is consistent with that sworn statement?
It is.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Start over.
I'll just stop, please.
I'll just start over on this part.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, should the city commission decide to approve the rezoning application, staff recommends the following conditions of approval. 1, owner applicant shall enter into development agreement approved by the city commission for the following: open space improvements, development of 3 public nodes and artwork, improvements to Eller Drive and Northeast 4th Street, survey and engineered plans for Eller Drive for future city improvements, sidewalk construction, undergrounding of power lines to the east and west of the property, pet waste stations, traffic calming, voluntary contribution to the Fire Impact Fee Fund, dedication of right-of-way on Northeast 9th Avenue, new northbound turn lane on Federal Highway, extension of existing southbound turn lane along Federal Highway. The owner applicant, okay, number 2, the owner applicant shall submit evidence to the Broward County Planning Council has recertified the city's land use plan as consistent with Broward County's land use plan due to the city's adoption of future land use plan amendment application number 64A, which was ordinance 2021-004, and complete the conditions as approved as stated in the ordinance, which are as follows. 1, prior to issuance of the first residential building permit, the applicant shall pay the city $500 per dwelling unit for the maximum allowable 277 dwelling units on the property per the residential irregular 48.6 land use designation, and the total amount of $138,500 to be used towards the city or the city's affordable housing program. 2, prior to or along with the initial submittal of the development agreement as required under section 98-68 PDD, Plan Development District and Land Development Code, the applicant will fully detail the improvements along Northeast 2nd Street, Northeast Eller Street, between Federal Highway and Northeast 6th Avenue. Public benefits are required to be demonstrated as part of the rezoning application. 3, prior to or along with the initial submittal of the rezoning and site plan application, the city must receive documentation from Florida Power and Light that acknowledges the applicant's request to underground power lines along the western property line. If the applicant is unable to reach an agreement with FPL, the applicant recognizes they must maintain a sufficient landscape buffer and building setback along the western property line that does not impact the above ground utilities. And 4, prior to issuance of the first residential building permit for the project, applicant shall record a restricted covenant in the public records of Broward County in a form approved by the city attorney, prohibiting use of the property as a residential treatment center, and such recorded covenant shall be submitted to the city. That is my report.
Okay, next up is the applicant, and Mr. Miller, if you come up and any witnesses that you're going to have speak, give testimony, we can go ahead and swear them in now, or
I'd like to be sworn in first.
Mr. Miller, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Again, Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of the applicant. I guess I'll give my qualifications as well. I'm, in addition to being a member of the Florida Bar, I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and I have been since the early 1980s. I was a former regional planner at the Regional Planning Council, county planner at Broward County, planning director at the city of Coconut Creek, and I was city manager of Coconut Creek before I started practicing law. Okay, so we have some slides to show. If we could go to those, please. So again, this is just an aerial photo of the property. Go to the next one, a closer up aerial photo. Go to the next one, please. This is the land use map showing the approval of this item at the 48.6, and that 48.6 units per acre times the number of acres equals exactly 277 dwelling units, which is what we are requesting. I want to point out that the area that we purchased, but that's still shown in yellow, where you can see that little arrow, that's our dog park. We did not count that property for the purpose of computing density, even though we own it. If we can go to the next slide, please. This is the current zoning, B2 along Federal Highway and RM10 along 9th Avenue. Go to the next slide, please. This is our site plan. Oh, by the way, I should state that I have provided this presentation to the city clerk, so I would like it to be entered into the record, and she has a copy on the computer. So this is our site plan. And you can see, if you remember the previous plan, we did not have a left turn inbound. After the hearing in October, when we tabled, we were asked to go back and recount traffic, which we did, and I'll show you that momentarily. But it also gave us an opportunity to go back to the DOT. So DOT actually called our our civil engineer and said that they knew we had previously requested this left turn inbound from northbound Federal Highway into the property. DOT had previously denied it. They said that they had received a number of calls from the community and they would like us to resubmit the application. We did, and they approved the left turn inbound from Federal Highway. And if you'll recall, when we were here at previous hearings, there was a very big concern that people would cut through the neighborhood because they were not going to be able to make this left turn. The theory was that they would go up 9th Avenue or 8th Terrace or 8th Avenue to 4th Street and then come around and turn right to come into the building. Well, that cut through traffic is no longer needed because we have a left turn inbound from Federal Highway. At the same time, when we looked at this, we said, we think we can lengthen the southbound left turn lane at Eller. And so we're doing that as well. We're making it longer. It'll be able to carry more vehicles. Additionally, when you're heading northbound on Federal, there's a left turn arrow onto Eller. But when you're heading southbound on Federal, there's not a left turn arrow. And the reason there hasn't been one is because you would just be going into that shopping center that's across the street. And so it was felt they didn't really need one. Well, as part of our work with DOT, we've also asked them for that left turn arrow because that will facilitate the U-turns if people are making a U-turn at Federal and Eller. So the changes from what we had before is the addition of the northbound left turn lane coming into the garage, the lengthening of the southbound left turn lane at Eller, and the addition of the left turn arrow when you're heading southbound at Eller and you're in that left turn lane. The change that we needed to make to the site plan, previously the entrance to the garage was at the southern portion of the garage. You can see the garage as the area in the center that's kind of a tan color, I guess. And the entrance used to be at the southern end of the garage. Now it's at the northern end. We can go to the next slide, please. So this is just a listing of the benefits, the public benefits that Mr. Power just went through with estimates for what we're spending on each one. You can see all of the things that he mentioned with dollar amounts adding up to over $1.6 million. If we go to the next slide, please. So these are now some of the items that were in that public benefit list. So you see we have 3 public plazas, one at the corner of Federal and Eller, one at the corner of Federal and 4th, and one at the corner of Eller and 9th. And the one at the corner of Federal and Eller also has a public art installation. We go to the next slide, please. So this is the area where those plazas would be. You see what it looks like today. So we just wanted to show you where they would go and how we think we're improving all 3 of these intersections with a nice landscaped plaza area as opposed to what we have today. Here also you can see some of the power lines that we're going to be putting underground. We can go to the next slide, please. So this is showing you that plaza at the corner of Eller and Federal with the public art. We go to the next slide, please. So these are power lines that run down the west side of the property. So on the back side of the duplex lots that are on the east side of 9th Avenue, and on the back side of our property, there's a run of utility lines, and we will be bringing them all underground, not just the FP&L ones, but all of them underground that you see along the west side of the property. And then if we can go to the next slide, along Federal Highway. Now, when we had the first hearing, someone said, well, this says power lines. Does that mean you're only taking down the FP&L lines? No, we're taking down all of them. So we probably should say utility lines on the next version of the presentation instead of power lines, because we're taking down all of them. If we go to the next slide, please. So the city, as part of I think it's part of the whole Pioneer Grove plan, the city has a road cross section that they want you to try to achieve on a road like Eller Street. And this is a picture of that cross section. So you see what the city is looking to do in terms of having an eastbound lane, a westbound lane, and then parallel parking, wider sidewalks, and landscaping. And the reason we're showing you this is because we will be redoing the section of Eller adjacent to our property between Federal and Ninth to achieve this type of cross section. We're also making some improvements west of Ninth, but they don't go to this extent because there's not enough right of way. We'll show that too. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this is what it looks like at the corner of Eller and Federal today. So you've got a westbound lane, you've got a left turn lane, and then you have a combination through and right turn. The through would be if you were going to the shopping center. We can go to the next slide, please. So this is showing you from a plan view the improvements we will be making right next to us. And the reason you see these little yellow dotted lines is because that's where some of these improvements are taking place. Both the parallel parking, the fire lane, the additional landscaping, the sidewalk improvements are all taking place within that area. Go to the next slide, please. And then this is, again, just showing you a little bit more close up where you can see the wider sidewalks, the fire lane, there's a couple of parallel parking spaces. You see the corners for the artwork. Now, when we had the most recent community meeting, some people suggested that we shouldn't have the parallel parking. So I just want to make a very clear point here. We designed this to meet the cross section that the city has come up with for this area. If there is a desire that we don't put in the parallel parking spaces, then we won't put it in. It's totally up to the city. If you want them, we'll do them. If you don't want them, we'll take them out. We can go to the next slide, please. So this is how it will look when it's done. You see Eller Street there. You see the couple of parallel parking spaces. You see the fire lane. Obviously, the fire lane will be striped. It's not in this picture, but it will be once it's installed. Fire lanes have a standard diagonal striping pattern with the words fire lane in them, and we'll have that. If we can go to the next slide, please. So again, in the dark purple on the lower right, you see where we already showed those improvements where we were making with the parallel parking, the wider sidewalks, the landscaping. And then on west of 9th Avenue, we're prepared to make the wider sidewalk improvement, of course, subject to there being the availability of right of way to do it. And that would be along the north side of Eller Street, where you see that purple line extending over to 6th Avenue. We can go to the next slide, please. So at the last hearing, when there was discussion and concern about cut through traffic, when we didn't have the left turn on Federal, the staff had recommended that if the neighborhoods on 8th Avenue, 8th Terrace, or 9th Avenue wanted traffic calming and they met the city's requirements for traffic calming, that we would pay for it. So even though the cut through traffic issue has been eliminated by having the left turn inbound, we would still agree to pay for traffic calming if the city requests it and it meets your requirements for traffic calming. I'm not sure that it would be needed any longer, but if you want it, we'll do it. If we go to the next slide, please. So we also did an economic analysis, as we usually do in these circumstances. And you can see the proposed is on the left, the current is in the middle, and the difference is on the right. So currently, and the reason we do this is you often think, well, commercial property must generate more revenue than residential would. That's what people generally think. But you can see it's quite a big difference. What your revenues are today, totaling what, $67,400, and what they will be when we're done, almost $750,000. So a huge difference in the various revenues that the city collects on the property. If we can go to the next slide. And then these are the one-time fees, impact fees, connection fees, building permit fees, et cetera, will be $2.33 million as part of the project as well. If we go to the next slide, please. So currently, the front piece is B2 zoning. And these are examples of some of the uses that are allowed in B2. We're proposing, of course, to change from B2 to PDD, which would eliminate pretty much everything you see on here. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we've had a number of community meetings and public hearings, and you see we've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 meetings already prior to this. we have our first reading of the rezoning tonight. We would have our second reading, and then we would also have our site plan as part of that second reading. So all these meetings so far, and still a couple more yet to go. If we go to the next slide, please. So these are just all the meetings we had, how many people we mailed out notices to, and how many people attended. And so you can see 5 community meetings so far. The one on September 20th in the City Commission chambers, we didn't do a mailing or have a sign up list, so I don't have the numbers, but I do remember it was here in this room, and it was pretty full. We had a lot of people here that night. If we can go to the next slide, please. These are all like details about how the trash collection works and where the chutes are and all that. I won't spend time on this unless you have questions about it. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this is the new letter from the DOT that approved that left turn inbound from northbound Federal into the property. You see it's been signed and everything. The reason I brought this is at one of the previous meetings, someone questioned whether we actually had the DOT letter, so I figured we'd show it. We do have it. It is still good, and it would allow us to make the improvements along Federal Highway that we described. Of course, the DOT does not have access on the local streets, only on, in our particular case, only on Federal Highway. We can go to the next slide, please. So there was a lot of questions about traffic. There was questions about when the traffic analyses were done. And the reason we tabled in October was to go back and do the traffic counts again. So what you can see here is there's been various counts done and projections and numbers done by other people. And then you see in the yellow line is our traffic engineer's projection. And the reason I'm pointing this out is you can see in every case, our traffic engineer has projected more traffic than anyone else did. And what traffic engineers say when they do this, that they're being conservative. They're trying to say, what's the highest amount that we think the traffic could be? And that's why that yellow line is longer and has more numbers in it than any other line on this, any other lines corresponding to these times. So you see that you've got southbound in the afternoon, southbound in the morning, northbound in the afternoon, northbound in the morning. And again, the yellow line is our projection. Now, I should point out that we have a traffic engineer. He's sitting in the second row. He did the analysis for us. He did the new analysis for us that was requested. It was both times it was reviewed by the city's traffic engineer, and the city's traffic engineer signed off and said he had to make a couple of adjustments to do things the city's traffic engineer asked for, but he made them. And the city's traffic engineer signed off on the study in both cases. And these numbers are reflective of what our engineer produced and what the city's traffic engineer approved. If we can go to the next slide, please. So these are the counts. So you may recall that we had mentioned that the counts at the corner of US 1 and Hillsborough were done at the end of February and at the beginning of March in 2020. So people said, well, we think that was during the coronavirus, so we think you should do it again. That was the discussion we had here in October. So we did the counts again. We did them in October of 2022. Now, I also want to point out, and I think we've talked about this before, when you do traffic counts at a certain time, there's a DOT index where you say, well, I did it in October, but I'm going to adjust it to make it in February. So you actually add more trips because October has a little less traffic than February. And so that's what we've done. So you can see that in the study for US 1 in Hillsborough that was done in February 27th of 2020, the numbers that we did when we did it again in October of 2022 were lower than they were in 2020. They were not higher. And you can see that across the board. The numbers were lower on the second traffic analysis than the first, with the exception of Eller and US 1 in the afternoon, where it was almost exactly the same. It was 3304 in 2020, and it was 3306 in 2022. But all of the other numbers were lower. And this is not unusual. What we are seeing on a lot of the streets and roads in Broward County is certain numbers are going down from where they were a few years ago. Why? I don't know. Maybe more people are still working from home. Who can tell? But even in 2017 and 2020, when they weren't working from home, the numbers were higher than they are now. So, and these are all, you know, you put the hose on the road and you count it. It's nothing unusual in the way we did it. So we go to the next slide, please. So again, with the current B2 zoning, we look at what could we do as compared to what we're proposing to do. So the top line here is the 277 residential units, mid-rise units. And by the way, mid-rise is based on the number of stories in the building. And we are clearly mid-rise based on our number of stories. And then you see the other alternatives. Now, your code would actually allow a floor area ratio of 0.5, which would allow us to build under the current zoning almost 93,000 square feet. But you notice that we didn't use 93,000 square feet on any of these. For the option B, which is the shopping center, we used 51,000 square feet. And the reason we use that is that's a standard that's used by the county, 10,000 square feet per gross acre. So that's what we did. Even for the office building, we didn't use 93,000 square feet or 92.8, whatever it was. We used 79.8. And then the other alternative with hotel and restaurant. So all of these traffic numbers are much higher if you stick with the B2 zoning and you use the traffic that would be associated with a use allowed under B2 zoning. And we didn't even try to maximize the square footage to the 93,000 or 92.8, whatever it is. We use smaller numbers. And even with that, it's significantly lower traffic numbers for the residential than the other alternatives. And you can just see if you look at the daily trips, the residential is a little bit less than 1,300. The shopping center is over 5,300. The office building's over 3,500. And the hotel restaurant combination is 2,280. So, and those reductions are true both in the morning and afternoon rush hours in virtually every case. Not everyone, but almost everyone. All right, if we can go, actually it is everyone. I didn't look at the bottom line there. So it's lower in every case. Morning rush hour, afternoon rush hour, average daily, if you go with the residential as compared to the various commercial options. Go to the next slide, please. So this is just a little summary, and you can see at the bottom, the reduction in trips in the red with the parentheses around them. And so you have a very significant reduction in trips going with the residential versus the commercial options of over 2,000 trips in reduction. The morning rush hour reduction is a little less, but it's still a reduction. And the afternoon rush hour reduction is very significant. So those are again, from the traffic study done by our traffic engineer and approved by your traffic engineer. If we can go to the next slide, please. We were asked at the most recent neighborhood meeting about schools. This is the report from the Broward County School Board. It is the current report of the 2022-2023 school year. And it shows the enrollment at Deerfield Beach Elementary, Deerfield Beach Middle, and Deerfield Beach High. And it shows the capacity of each school. And you can see that all three schools are significantly under capacity. That's the column all the way over on the right. And again, this report comes directly from the Broward County School Board. Now, somebody asked us, did we speak to the principal? We didn't speak to the principal, but we spoke to the people in the Broward County Demographics Department, who are the ones that monitor this stuff. You know, remember, every student that goes to a public school has to give an address. So it's pretty easy for the school board to figure out, when I look at a neighborhood, how many students are coming out of that neighborhood. And they can do their formulas where there's this many single family homes and this many townhomes and this many apartments and the number of students from each. And they're very good at it because this is how they collect their impact fees. So at any rate, we will not be burdening the schools. All three of them have significant capacity to handle additional students. Now, at the bottom, you see the estimates from the school board. Now, you might say, well, I think there's going to be more than 7 elementary or more than 6 middle or more than 11 high. But even if there is more, there's room for many, many times that many students in all three categories, 121 at the elementary, 402 at the middle, and 596 at the high. We got room for that many more students with our very small generation of students. We can go to the next slide, please. So there was also a question about how will our how will kids from this building get to school if they're going to Deerfield Beach Elementary? And I think the concern was that we were going to have cars clogging up Eller Street. Well, it's 424 feet from the door of the building to go into the school. You can walk there faster than you could pull out of the garage, go south on Federal Highway, go west on Eller to get there. So if my kid's going to this school, I'm walking him there. Or if he's old enough, he's walking himself. But you certainly don't need to drive.
Michael, why do you say I deserve to go to prison?
If we can go to the next slide, please. I don't know where that came from. So I just got a couple more. I'm almost done. So this is just showing you the appearance of the building without any of the extra stuff. So you can see it without all the landscaping, without all the public art, just so you can see the architecture. And this has not changed other than moving the entrance to the garage further north on Federal. So it comes in on the north end of the garage instead of the south end to accommodate the new left turn lane. But other than that, it's still the same. The one other thing on this rendering is the southbound left turn lane on Federal to Eller will be longer than it's depicted on here. They drew this before we got DOT to approve that second part of our application. So my only point is it's not showing you the full length of that southbound left turn lane that we will have. But the official drawings that are in your package, the black and white drawings, they show it accurately. So that's just one thing on this drawing that's a little bit off. We can go to the next slide, please. And this is just showing you again another angle with the architecture of the building. Go to the next slide, please. Again, just another angle. This is the northeast corner of the building where you see 4th Street and you see Federal Highway. You notice there's also a fire lane on 4th Street. You can see it kind of right next to the building off to the right. Again, it doesn't show the striping and the lettering for a fire lane, but that's what it will have. If we go to the next slide, please. So just very quickly, some elevations. We can go to the next one. Okay, so this is a drawing we prepared, and at the community meeting, someone suggested it was incorrect. So we went back and looked at your code again, and it is not incorrect. So let me show you what we're showing here. So in the foreground, you have the west elevation of our building. And that gray thing you see behind it is what you could do with the current B2. You can build 75 feet in height and with setbacks that are fairly small. And then one of the neighbors suggested that this drawing was inaccurate because the floor area ratio for B2 is 0.5, which would allow that almost 93,000 square feet number. Well, the reason it's not wrong is because your code, when you do a parking garage in a building, the parking garage square footage does not count towards the FAR. And that's right out of a definition in the Deerfield Beach Code. So a building like that one shown in the gray in the back would have garage on the lower floors and then above office or hotel. This says residential versus office. If it was residential versus hotel, it would be the same scenario. That part, that gray part in the back would be taller than what we're doing and almost as long as what we're doing. So again, when the FAR definition does not include garage parking in a building, it only includes the habitable space, whether it's a hotel or an office or whatever it might be. And that's again out of the definition in your code. We can go to the next slide, please. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I'll see if I want to cross-examine anybody when the time comes, and I'd like the opportunity to respond at the end pursuant to your procedure. Thank you very much.
Sure, Mayor. So the applicant, staff, a party intervener, or the commission are entitled to conduct cross-examinations when witnesses present testimony. We just heard one. So at this time, I guess I'll ask the party intervener's representative, do you choose to cross-examine this witness or Mr. Power this time? Mr. Brooks? You can hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, I do not wish to examine cross-examine at this time.
Thank you. So now it gets opened up to the public and participants in either in support or against the application to either make their presentation or ask their questions to get answered. And keep in mind, when you step up to the podium, I'm going to ask each one of you if you choose to be sworn in or not. Again, the distinctions from being sworn in or not. If you are sworn in under our procedures, the commission is directed to give more weight to testimony that's sworn testimony. You would subject yourself to cross-examination if you are sworn in. If you are not sworn in, you could still ask questions. You would not be subject to cross-examination, but the testimony would not be given as much weight as if you were sworn in. It would be given the weight that the commission deems appropriate, but not the level of weight of sworn testimony.
So but before we do that, if you don't mind, sir, we'll have you come up first. That can be intimidating for a lot of people, having to be sworn in and possibly be cross-examined. So I don't want anybody to feel that way. Obviously, we're going down this procedural path because that's what Mr. Brooks had requested, and obviously that changes the way we normally do these things for any of you who've been here for these before. I don't want any of you to come up here or not come up here and share your opinion on this based on that. But unfortunately, we're in that situation. So I'm going to ask for a show of hands for those of you who are in support of this zoning change, who are against this zoning change. So please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. I realize that not all of you are going to feel comfortable to come up here and be sworn in and cross-examined. So at least want to give you the opportunity to express yourselves by doing that show of hands. And I'm sure there's probably some legal thing I probably screwed up on that.
That's okay, Mayor. And you do have the opportunity to come up and choose not to be sworn in and not subject yourself to cross-examination and speak for 3 minutes unless extended for 1 additional minute by the mayor. But again, under our procedures, that testimony is not to be given as much weight as sworn testimony by the commission.
Brooks, what his recommendation is?
No,
I'm
sir,
sorry. I'm
no.
not gonna ask him that.
Oh, yeah.
Sir, if you don't mind, Mr. Brooks, go ahead.
Chairman, if I might go first, real quick for my 10 minutes, I think I might address many of the issues that the public has, and it may reduce the overall time.
Sure, that's fine. And Mr. Brooks, if you can state your name and also are you giving testimony? Can I swear you in?
Yes, I swear to tell
Okay,
the
I see
truth, the
you
whole
on the
truth,
online
nothing but
here.
the truth.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go right ahead.
My name is Ralph Brooks, attorney, and I'm board certified in city, county, local government law since 2004. And I've sat with many city councils and county commissions such as yourselves and been through many of these rezoning and plan development rezoning processes. I represent Rick Jorge at 203 Northeast 8th Terrace, who is within the 500-foot notice area. In fact, he's only 3 houses away, and he'll probably come up later during the public comment period. He has a couple of handouts that he'll hand out at that time. What is the legal standard for rezoning? It's always important to keep in mind that just because a comprehensive plan establishes a long-term maximum density, it does not establish an immediate short-term entitlement to that density. Your zoning category for plan development in particular, because it's supposed to promote excellence in design, can continue to be more limited than the maximum that's allowed in the comprehensive plan designation. That was set forth by the Supreme Court in the Brevard versus Snyder case I mentioned earlier. So just because they're asking for 277 units and a parking garage doesn't mean that you have to give them all 277 units. And just because they're asking for 65 feet doesn't mean that you have to approve 65 feet. You can maintain the zoning at something less than the maximum that's allowed by the comprehensive plan. In this case, there are legitimate public purposes for doing so. The Supreme Court has upheld in Brevard versus Snyder denials where you give less than what's requested and there's some still reasonable economic use of the land. I don't think anyone would contest that you have to have 277 units and you have to have this length of a building. If you saw the aerials or renderings in slides 35, 36, and 37, you'll see the massive bulk and how long this building is and how tall this building is compared to the single family neighborhood to the west. So that neighborhood compatibility is a legitimate public purpose that's acknowledged in Brevard versus Snyder, that you can ask for something that's more compatible. You can break up this one giant building elevation into a number of buildings, 2 or 3 buildings. You can have smaller buildings, you can have shorter buildings, you can have buildings that are not 65 feet tall, or you could even have a variety of height here to break up the monotony of that facade that you see in the western elevation in particular, that and the elevation that faces the single family neighborhood. You'll hear competent substantial evidence today from the neighborhood within their 3 or 5 minutes. What is competent substantial evidence? The Supreme Court answered that question as much as you might think, but it's not as scientifically technical as you might think. It's any evidence that would be sufficiently relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support the conclusion reached. So it has to be relevant. It has to be a reasonable evidence towards this particular application. Even a layperson, a non-expert testimony in a zoning case is permissible and can constitute competent substantial evidence if it's fact-based. These fact-based observations can include witness observation testimony about relevant facts and documentary evidence, including photographs, aerials, and maps. The citizens who live there are intimately familiar with this area, and they can bring forward facts for your consideration. However, mere generalized statements, I don't want this project, those are to be disregarded. And I will point you to the Metro-Dade County versus Blumenthal case that says that you can consider citizen testimony as long as it's fact-based observations, and that can include compatibility. What about the private property rights of the applicant? So the applicant is entitled to some reasonable economic use of their property. The comprehensive plan, again, establishes only a long-term maximum. They're not entitled to every last unit and every bit of height that's allowed in the comp plan. It can continue to be more limited on some or all of the property. Code section 98.68A requires that planned developments in your city be compatible with surrounding existing development. You'll hear from the surrounding citizens that in their opinion and in their fact-based observations, this planned development rezoning would not be compatible with their adjacent neighboring single-family uses, especially those along the western side of the property. They're all at 1-story, some 2-story homes perhaps, but this is a 277 multifamily unit building with a height of 65 feet and parking that towers over the existing single-family neighborhood. It's not so much just the height and the number of units, but the way they have it designed in one solid building and one solid facade, and the bulk and length of that building, that unbroken length of that building is not architecturally compatible. It's not compatible with the neighborhood. It's not consistent with the lot patterns and the platting that's in their neighborhood. The predominant land use of the surrounding area, specifically within 500 feet, is single-family residential to the west. This proposed PD is not compatible with this adjacent use. In addition, 9868B3 says that the development of property with the PD must have unique property characteristics, natural or man-made, that impede the development of these properties under strict application of the regulations in the LDC. And that doesn't exist here. You could build multifamily on this property without a planned development. You could do other uses on this property. There's nothing unique that would prevent the development of this property. Under G, it must conform to the comprehensive plan, but also under 2, it must conform to the purpose and intent of the PDD district as set forth in subsection A, which requires that the plan development be compatible with the surrounding existing development pattern. 3, provide that the land use is arranged and designed in such a manner to be well integrated with other land uses in the immediate surrounding area. And again, the long building length, the bulk of it, the western elevation, this one solid unbroken building, it should be broken up into more buildings and reduced in height to be more compatible with the surrounding area. Because under subsection G4, it has to be adequately, reasonably, and conveniently integrated into the existing and planned streets, And under 5, it must be appropriate to and well integrated with the surrounding neighborhood. And under 6, it must adequately justify any deviations from the standard development requirements. And under 7, it must demonstrate how the objectives of the proposed PD could not have been achieved by any other zoning category. Under 8, for developments that contain residential units, the PDD must provide for on-site open space and recreational amenities appropriate to the future elements, but also, to the extent possible and practicable, provide for a variety of dwelling units and building types. Here we just have one building type and one dwelling unit type. That's not true planned development. The PD far exceeds the lot coverage standards that would apply to the property absent the PD. Normally, they would have a lot coverage maximum percent of 35% and 40%, depending on which part of the property you're looking at. This developer seeks 55% lot coverage, which far exceeds the 35 allowed by another 20% and 15% over the 40%. Further, under City Code 9868C2, it states that the applicant must provide or comply with affordable housing opportunities. C, development agreement requirements. An applicant for rezoning to the PDD must submit a development agreement demonstrating the applicant has complied with opportunities either regionally or on-site to provide for affordable or senior designated housing. So we're building a multi-family apartment building. Some of these units should be designated for affordable housing. We're in an affordable housing crisis, yet none of them are. And you're going to take $500 per unit. That doesn't even cover 1 month's rent, not even at an affordable housing rate. Yet these apartments are going to be rented month after month, year after year for decades. And you're going to charge them a one-time fee of $500. That's wholly insufficient. It doesn't help to provide any off-site affordable housing. And certainly there is an opportunity because this is a greenfield site and there's nothing here right now. We're putting 277 units on there at market rates. Some percent of those could be affordable housing. The development agreement that's proposed does not comply with Florida statutes 163.3227, B, because it doesn't have a duration, F, because it doesn't list the other permits that are required, and I, because it doesn't have a statement that the failure to comply with any provision does not excuse them from complying with other provisions.
Mr. Brooks, your 10 minutes are up right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Sir, would you like to go first?
Before we do that, Mayor, did you want to cross-examine?
No, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Come on up, sir. Sorry about that.
Get a workout here.
How's it going? My name is Rick George. I live at 203 Northeast State Terrace, Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Do you choose to be sworn in, Mr. George? Or no?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sure. Go ahead. Go right ahead.
So I agree and have the same objection signed with my address on it that I'll be turning in afterwards. I believe each of you got a copy of that, yes? You know, there's not a lot of trust in this commission right now in our neighborhood. And the reason is because when the land use change occurred a couple of years ago, we weren't informed. We didn't know. Our district was represented and nobody was asked. We never had one meeting. Not one meeting was ever called. Nothing was brought to our attention. Not only that, we were told that he didn't know anything about this entire rezoning thing, which obviously is not true either. The point is you've been told a story. And the story is, I don't begrudge the developer. That's capitalism at its best. That's what made this country great. But don't begrudge us for wanting the quality of life that we've become accustomed to when we moved to Deerfield and when we bought into this neighborhood. You're sacrificing about 150 to 175 families' quality of life as a result of putting that building in. Slide number 33 said it all. We no longer see sunrises and we will no longer see the fireworks from our neighborhood that goes on the beach. The ocean breeze, everything else will be altered. The traffic, it's great to count cars. I mean, that's a nice hobby, but the bottom line is traffic backs up all the way into Palm Beach County. You have to cross 3 lanes of traffic to hang a U-turn to get back. You have to cross 3 lanes of traffic to get into the place. So it's how you're telling the story. And the bottom line is, this isn't about money. This is about our quality of life over there. My property taxes just went up. And now my quality of life is going to go down. Why would the people that represent us allow that to occur? I got some more stuff here. I'm sure you'll let me know when that time's up. Talks about the general public health, safety, welfare issues, traffic safety issues, neighborhood compatibility, burdens on infrastructure, impacts the local environment, impacts the public health and welfare. We could go on forever on that. You saw that layout. I've got 29 years in the fire service. When a medical call drops or a fire drops, the stretches and the accesses that you're going to have in that place is going to be a nightmare. Crime is going to be delayed. I promise you that. I've been in buildings like this before. I know it. You know it. This is where you are a subject matter in this. Regarding the people living there and all that, we don't have a traffic problem. We don't need traffic calming. I don't need to be convinced what can be done to remedy a problem that's going to occur. We don't have the problem now. We don't want the problem. We like our quiet neighborhood. We like recognizing everybody that walks through our neighborhood. Thank you.
Any cross from the applicant or the intervener?
No, thank you.
Mr. Brooks, I suspect I know the answer, but if you could just confirm that you do not want to cross that witness, I appreciate it.
Yep, I will not have any more cross-examination. I'm probably going to log out because I'm here
Thank
with
you.
my children and they're bugging me to participate with them. So thank you.
Understood. Sir, would you like to be sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Or not? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go right ahead.
My name is Robert DeChristopher. I live at 517 Northeast 6th Avenue. And I actually want to address some of the things Mr. Millie said regarding what can be built in B2. And he is insisting that a developer with half a brain would build a 75-foot building and put parking garage for 90,000 square feet. As reference, the current Eller building on that site is built out to 85% of what's allowable in B2. That is a two-story building with a 14,000 square foot footprint and a 14,000 square foot second story. I defy anybody to say that'd be economically feasible for a developer to put parking instead of surface parking, which would have so much room for surface parking at 90,000 square feet because you have a property that's 180,000 square feet, and to have a suggestion that a developer would, put, it's just amazing to me that he would put structured parking under a building where you have sufficient surface parking, and you'd rather spend $25,000 a parking space to put structured parking. It's just not feasible. It's actually kind of laughable, to be honest with you. So I just want to go back to the town hall meeting. I asked Mr. Millie at that meeting whether or not when they purchased the property in 2017, if they understood that the property was zoned as B2. And he said they absolutely did. And I asked him if there was any indication from the city that there was a commitment to try to rezone it or provide future land use change, because at that point, the future land use had not existed. And he said, no, we didn't have any conversations. We knew exactly what we were buying. He purchased the yellow building in 2021, and I don't know if that's before or after the future land use change. However, he purchased that property, or the developer purchased that property for $150 a square foot. That is market value for a building in B2. So in terms of economics to build it out at B2, there is no financial hardship to build 277 units if he doesn't get that. The other thing I want to add is on this property, we're talking 277 units. And notwithstanding the city's very unusual determination of density, which includes Federal Highway out to the center line, and ninth for that 80 feet out to the center line, and second out to the center line. So that 4.1 acre parcel now becomes 5.28 acres, and it's claimed to be 48.6 units per acre. The reality on the ground is you have 4.1 acres and you're putting 277 units on it, which comes out to be 67.56 units per acre. Mr. Melly also said at that town hall meeting that the determination of density is similar to what Broward County does. Similar to Broward County, and similar to Fort Lauderdale. I checked both codes. I didn't peruse every single sentence, but I searched for gross parcel acreage. Not there. I searched for density. And under the definition of density, they use net parcel area. So then I searched for net parcel area definition. There is none. Every attorney I've ever spoken to has said that if there's no definition, you have to go with the most common definition of the word. My opinion, net parcel area is exactly that. Net parcel area. And that's how Broward does it. That's how Fort Lauderdale does it. That's how Boca does it. That's how Pompano. But that's just definitional. But the reality is it's not 48 units per acre. It's 67 units per acre. And then the last question I have is really directed to the city attorney. We called to get a copy of the traffic study. And the city says the traffic study is copyrighted. For some reason, a standard ITE traffic study. Anyways, we couldn't get the traffic study. I would like the city attorney to address whether or not that's intellectual property. When I do have that same petition.
Mayor, I have a handout. Can I give it to the clerk?
Yes, please do.
Before you start, Mr. Hertz, Mr. Mealy, did you want to cross-examine that witness?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hertz, would you like to be sworn in?
Yes,
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
All right. First of all, I just wanted to touch base on that math a little bit because I'm a little bit confused. If Eric, if you're allowed 48.6 units per acre.
Presenting your name.
Oh,
and
I'm
address
sorry.
for the record.
It's been a while. Dan Hers, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. My question is, first of all, just with the math, I understand you can have 48.6 units per acre, and Eric Powers said there's 4.2 acres. So if I multiply that, I get 240 units. So maybe a little clarification, or maybe I have my figures wrong, but I'd love to get an explanation on that. When I moved to Deerfield Beach, I was certain of three things: death taxes, and Deerfield Beach has very strict beach development codes. So now the developer wants to change the lot coverage ratio from 40 to 55% to increase the apartment building density. This unprecedented change will open the window for other developers to request the same rezoning and forever change the small town, non-overbuilt appeal of Deerfield Beach. Now, I didn't see the traffic study, but I can tell you it'll only be a very short time before the 277 apartments and their approximately 500 vehicles learn about the Northeast 2nd Street shortcut to I-95, avoiding the traffic congested Hillsborough Boulevard, which will significantly worsen the traffic flow through the neighborhood. The building's design is U-shaped, which means all one will see when entering Deerfield Beach from the north or south on Federal Highway is a 5-story wall. There is no precedent for a residential building of this size on Federal Highway anywhere in Deerfield Beach. And while RM25 is to the east, it is all low-rise development. There are 37 permitted uses in the B2 zoning district, including office building, hotel, shopping center, and medical or dental facility. The developer can find an existing permitted use for the property instead of changing the character of the neighborhood with this densely populated project. This property still has tremendous value with its B2 zoning. Rezoning this property will only serve to put more money in the pockets of the developer at the expense of the citizens. Since all real estate is cyclical, I suggest the developer wait until the commercial market improves and then build something. Developer says the 277 unit apartment building will focus on mass transit. There are only 2 bus lines that I'm aware of serving this area. The developer says these apartments will be marketed as luxury apartments. Usually people that can afford luxury apartments do not want to take multiple buses to get anywhere. It's not like a Brightline station is going to be built down the street anytime soon. The $500 per dwelling unit that the developer is willing to contribute to the Deerfield Beach Affordable Housing Fund. May I have that one more minute? Yes, sir. The housing fund is not very impressive. The 138,000 offered is not enough money to build even half a house or even enough money to build a new lifeguard stand. The developer requesting only a 10-foot setback from federal highway will seriously compromise the appearance of the area. No other structure in the surrounding area would be that close to federal highway. The developer states the apartment building is placed as close to federal highway as possible because the building provides access to mass transit. Could the developer explain to us the correlation here? Also, the developer is requesting that all future site plan amendments would not have to go back to the Deerfield Beach City Commission for approval. Why would the developer ask the commissioners to cede oversight of their fiduciary responsibilities to the taxpayers? And I passed out that value certification as of June 1st to show Deerfield Beach can expect another 10% increase in property tax revenue for the next fiscal year, which should downplay the developer's argument that increased property tax valuation on this land is very important for the city. Thank you.
Mr. Mealy, you'll let me know if you want to cross-examine any of these witnesses. Is that-
I don't want to cross.
So that way I don't have to ask you every time. Okay.
Hi.
Man, do you choose,
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God. Hi there. My name is April Lewis Bolowich. I live at 899 Northeast 4th Street. And safety. Let's talk safety. Just a second of my background. I'm an air traffic controller. I moved into air traffic safety. I taught and wrote aviation safety manuals and lessons for the FAA, ATO, DOT, Broward College, Florida Department of Transportation, Duval County and Monroe County, and Dade County. I know a little bit about safety. I haven't seen the traffic study. I wasn't given access to it. And I have no doubt that since it's their engineers that they've presented the facts as they see fit. Referring to plan development rezonings in City Code 98-68 G4, a PDD district should adequately, reasonably, and conveniently integrate into existing and planned streets. This is a neighborhood of 100 homes. Believe they were built in the 40s and 50s. Some of them were built in the 60s. Realistically, 277 apartment units are going to add at least 277 vehicles. I would guess that the majority of those units, 277 units, would probably have 2 cars. If you want to round down, we're looking at about 500 cars going in and out every day. All of them want to leave at 8 a.m. Say they do. Say they all work. Everybody has a job. You're going to check out at 8 a.m., turn right on Federal Highway. Highway, that's a highway, 45 miles an hour. And when they get back in at night, they're going to be entering their code to get back in on Federal Highway. How is that going to look on the highway when all those cars are entering their code? Where do you think the gridlock's going to be? It's going to be packed up and down Northeast 2nd Street in front of an already packed elementary school, especially in the mornings, a preschool, a church, and directly in front of my house and up and down Federal Highway all the way into Boca. This gridlock occurs currently. We live there, we accept it, we moved in there, we knew it when we bought the house. This kind of traffic will cause all sorts of safety problems. Traffic and pedestrian safety near a highway like that don't mix. Northeast 4th Street, Northeast 2nd Street, and the 3 avenues in between are not built for that. These houses, parks, schools, and roads were built a long time ago for 100 families. The proposal can add almost 300 more to that. No part of this neighborhood is convenient or compatible with that. The PDD requires compatibility. Y'all get to go home tonight and think about something else. Can I have another minute? We get to go home and think about this potential change and how it's going to impact our families 24/7, morning and night, lunchtime, breakfast time, and come home from work time. I have 4 questions. Has there been any kind of public input that suggests residents are asking for higher density and intensity in these neighborhoods? In our neighborhood, in my neighborhood? Why weren't we notified before the first land use change with the county? Whose responsibility is it to notify the local residents of these changes? And a little inside information, a little birdie tells me that the post office is already getting approval to add a new system. And I'm wondering if you all know anything about that the post office is already planning for 277 units or somewhere thereabouts. All right, I was just curious about that. Just thought I should let you know.
Sir, do you choose to be sworn in?
Sure.
Yes. You raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. My name's Stefan Bolowich. I live at 899 Northeast 4th Street. April's my wife. I kind of agree with everything that Bob said, Rick said, the attorney said. I believe that also the gentleman that ran against Hudak, I believe really they should bide their time, wait for the commercial properties to increase their values and stuff, and then go with a different business model. This has way too of an adverse impact on our neighborhood. As to traffic studies, this neighborhood's been traffic studied many times in the past where we had rubber strips across the roads. And Mr. Mealy, I'm wondering why Mr. Mealy said there were rubber strips on the roads that normally measure weight of vehicle, wheelbase of vehicle, speed of vehicle, frequency of those vehicles. I saw no rubber strips on any of these traffic study times. I spoke with a gentleman in a van parked 20 feet away from my driveway, which is on the north side by Duffy's. I'm literally 50 feet away from the property. I asked the gentleman, where are the rubber strips? He says, no, we're just sitting here counting cars. I asked him, are you going to be here during the school zone time? He says, no, we'll only come back during the PM hours. So they weren't even going to be there for the school zone time during those traffic studies. I understand whatever impact that is supposed to adjust for their numbers. But the other thing is, why isn't this traffic study out there for anybody to contest or look at or agree with? I don't agree that this land should be used for, should be rezoned at all. No one in their right mind, just like Bob said, is going to build a 7-story building there. Just with the equations you mentioned, it won't work. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, everybody.
Sworn in?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely. I am not a liar. So my thoughts on this project are all over the place because this project is all over the place. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast 2nd Street. With this project and with the proposed zoning change, not only are they asking for pretty much every kind of variance you can, they're asking for reduced foliage. They're asking for increased lot space. They're asking for decreased, reduced setbacks. So for example, Heather is 10 feet away from me, roughly. Now we're going to build a 75-foot building from here to where Heather is, and Heather is the fence for these neighbors' backyards. 75 feet, 10 feet. 10 feet on the front on the federal side, 10 feet on the back side. Let that sink in. This is going to be a gated community. They are going to have to show a key fob or whatever to get into this gated community. When you are trying to do a U-turn into the space, into the property, you're going to have to wait for the cars that are already coming down Federal and that are already lined up to go turn right into this gated community. That's going to back up just like it does at Century Village in peak hours of Century Village when things are going on. The cars are backed up on Hillsborough waiting to get into that gated community. The builder essentially is asking for almost every variance, and essentially it is like taking a gallon of water and trying to pour it into a teacup. It would fit with a lot of overflow and a lot of overspill. Again, they bought the property knowing what the size is without discussing any of the development opportunities with the residents that live there around it. Commissioner Hudak even mentioned at one point in time, well, they could put a bar there or a rehab facility. Well, what's wrong with these options? One of the aspects that they're also bringing up is reducing the parking size, the space of the size of the parking spaces within the garage. They're going to make them compact size car spaces, compact. So you're not allowed to have a truck. You're not allowed to have an SUV. You won't be able to drive anything but a small little Yugo into these compact spaces that they're putting in this parking garage. In addition to that, here's my biggest thing, mass transit. Right now, there is a bus turn-in location right there where the buses turn off. May I have one more minute, please? Thank you. Where the buses turn in off of Federal so that they can get out of the way of traffic. Where's this going to be? Nobody's showing where the bus stop is on that street. Where are they putting this new bus stop in front of Duffy's? They're going to take property away from Duffy's. Where are they going to put in this new bus turn in? I'm not seeing it anywhere on the plans on Federal anywhere. There should be a bus turn in like the one that there is now. So I'd like to see where that is. Thank you.
Sir, do you want to go next?
I don't know. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. My name is Lynn Coe. I live at 220 Northeast 8th Terrace. I've lived there over 40 years. We've never had to contend with this except once, and that was with the Dragon Club. We survived that, but it took a lot of yelling and screaming, calling the police at midnight, at 1 o'clock in the morning, having people pee in our front yards, throw bottles in our front yard. But you all worked together and you got rid of it. Now, I want to know, when we build this building, the parking garage is in the center of this complex. Is that not correct? The parking garage is 5 stories in the center. Have you ever lived next to a parking garage? The fumes that come out of the parking garage, and where will they go? Gee whiz, I think it's going to come right into my neighborhood. And you know what? It was the same way with the Dragon Club. You could park next to the Dragon Club and you couldn't hear it, but you could come in my bedroom and you could hear the music because it poured out into our neighborhood. The same way that all the exhaust fumes from the parking garage of a 5-story with 277 apartments and maybe 2 times that amount of cars are going to pour into our neighborhood. So once again, are we safe in our neighborhood? That we paid taxes to you and your salaries? Are you going to protect us from that? Thank you.
Like to be sworn in?
Oh, sure.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Right out.
Hi, my name's Ed Tobia. I live at 1590 Southeast 8th Street. So I really have no vested interest. I'm not near this apartment building, but it is big. And I was wondering, Mr. Mealy put the numbers up for the school. Said there's about, I don't know, 1,200 available sites. I mean, places for kids. That comes out to about $10 million if they had enough kids to fill the schools. I didn't see any numbers near 10 million. I'd also like to note, I'd like to see the math. Maybe it's up on the site for the $67,000 if it was used for real estate, because I think his numbers were very conservative if it was used for like stores and things versus his facility. Thank you. And also the low income, 138,000, I think it was, contribution. I'm not sure why they wouldn't use that money to put all the affordable housing on the top level floor of their facility. Doesn't make sense to me why you'd make a contribution versus have that in your own facility. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir?
You'd like to be sworn in, sir?
No, that's all right.
Go right ahead.
Use this or? My name's Joe Ziegler. I'm at 502 Northeast Second Terrace, Deerfield Beach. Since the lawyers gave their background, I wanted to give mine. I went to Deerfield Elementary, Deerfield Middle, and Deerfield High School. I'm also a civil engineer. I went to University of Florida, got bachelor and master's degrees in engineering. And I know all about traffic studies and pretty much any kind of engineering study, but people that hire somebody to do a study are going to get kind of the results that they need. And I guess two things. One is I know why they hired Mr. Milley, because he's the same guy that they hired to do the huge project next to me. And I didn't come here knowing about this project. I came here because I was concerned about the 320 units I'm getting right next to me. And that project is at the end of Eller Street. So all these traffic studies, all this development impacts that were done based on current conditions have to also account for another 320 units going basically, what, a quarter mile away from here, half a mile down? So we're going to have 320 units down by me and another 270 something. Eller Street's going to become a major highway because that's where everybody's going to go to get down by me and to this place. I mean, it's no wonder they hired the same guy to do both places. He was so successful with the first one. So, you know, I know Mr. Preston, you know, didn't get his $500 money, but everybody else did. And, you know, I didn't know about this project. So I feel bad for you people. I think you're screwed. That's it.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Is there anyone else?
Leanne Kenny, 530. Forgot, I was first one to say we can't hear anybody. Oh, I don't care. You can swear me in.
Up to you, man. It's your
Go ahead.
choice. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go right ahead.
I thank you all for being here tonight, and I want to address our commissioners, our mayor. You've heard from your constituents. We do not want this project. We are asking, praying, and in a sense, begging you guys, please listen to us and our concerns. Please do not rezone. Thank you. My name is Leanne Kenny, 532 Northeast 8th Avenue, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I'm a long-term resident.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
My name's Christina DeChristopher, 517 Northeast 6th Avenue, Deerfield.
Christopher, would you like to be Miss?
Yes, I would like to be, I swear. You do it.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I believe the city should reject the rezoning request. The first section of the housing element of the city's comprehensive plan states the purpose of planning is to manage rapid growth, protect the quality of life of the residents so that the growth does not exceed the capacity of the environment to support it. This proposed rezoning directly violates that intention. The priority of that plan is also to have affordable housing for residents of all incomes. This does not meet that goal. Proper planning and zoning is supposed to safeguard against overdevelopment. The land development code in the existing zoning contemplates orderly growth and to give the residents and developers some confidence the city will develop in accordance with the land use, not at the developer's whim. When residents purchased their properties, they understood that the land would be developed as B2. Doubling the density and quadrupling the intensities did not protect the quality of life of residents. The solution to underdevelopment is not overdevelopment. The residents are asking the commissioners to represent the community who have no other recourse. Please keep this as B2. I understand that the developer did a good job of offering the city attractive incentives, but they did not do a good job of making the project compatible to the neighboring communities. The density will adversely influence living conditions of the neighbors. The building is not tiered back. Any attempt at enhancing the desirability of the site with pavers and benches, flowers, art, public benefit is highly negated by the eyesore of these inappropriately sized buildings. On the application itself, the description says that RM10 is adjacent to the west, but the westernmost part of the property is immediately adjacent to RS5, and the families whose front door face the west side of the building are RS5. So how could a density that does not exist in the city that is twice as dense as the highest density residential zoning in the code be compatible with the adjacent single-family residential zoning? The developer claims that the project is compatible because of a buffer of an 8-foot wall and landscaping. This is insufficient on top of the fact that they're asking to have even less than the minimum landscaping requirement to accommodate the underground power lines. Throughout the application, they make reference to the design that they submitted, stating that it agrees with the requirements that they also submitted. Every criteria point in the application and the design plan is confirmation bias. The property is compliant with itself since the developers are the ones that initiated the underlying land use change. Of course, the PDD is consistent with the land use if the land use was changed for the PDD. The developer claims the rezoning is necessary to unify the district, providing a solution to a problem that they caused by joining two parcels together, which they're saying is unique and prevents it from being developed under the current B2 zoning. But the traffic reports state that there would be a decrease in traffic with the PDD versus a fully developed B2. So you can't have it both ways. Either it's unable to be developed or somehow developing it as B2 would be worse. If the PDD is the lesser of two evils, then the B2 zoning sounds like it could be developed and utilized just fine. The zoning application does not meet the criteria of the property's uniqueness, except that it cannot be developed to the underlying land use, which again was specifically changed for this project and can be easily changed back. Commissioners who voted against the underlying land use change stated the lots are too narrow, the encroachment on the residents directly behind too close, with building heights too tall. And since no details about the site plan will change the acreage of the property, those concerns still exist. This is not a transit-oriented development zone, which is planned as the highest residential density. May I? Highest residential density in the city, and the existing TOD development is built right now to 36 dwelling units to the acre. This project would be 30% more dense than that. If the city wants to experiment with higher density zoning, it should not be in a place less than 1 mile away from the current most densely planned project in the city, and it should be away from a school zone on a local road with one lane in each direction that already has traffic flow problems in front of my house. I believe approving this zoning change would be a failure of the city to act on behalf of the community. I believe we need protection and preservation of the community.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and close it. Do we have anybody online? I'm gonna close it to the public. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like? Thanks for acting fast. Kept this in suspense right to the final moment. Would you like to be sworn in?
I always swear to tell the truth.
There you go. Mr. Attorney, can you?
Sorry. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go right ahead.
My name is, Marcia Sasso, 517 Northeast 6th Avenue. And I wanted to say to all of you, everyone did a great job. Thank you. But also, I think we need to look at this as far as precedent for further development. There wasn't a lot of conversation about Vista Clara, but whoever the young man was, thank you for talking about the contribution of those cars to 2nd Avenue. I have to drive 3 children to school each day when school is in. And if I don't leave by 7:15, I can't get out of that street. It's blocked. Unfortunately, their school has a time that I can drop them off, and they can't be dropped off before then. So we have to leave extra early or fight this traffic. And
go through Dixie Highway, which means I have to then cross 2 railroad crossings, which often delays us and makes us late for school. So the traffic from both developments is an issue. And then I need to say, is this a precedent for what the city wants Deerfield to look like? I noticed that the parcel of land over here was sold. What are we going to do with that? Is it then going to be, well, because we now have this larger development on Federal, that we can build a bigger unit project over here next to the railroad tracks? None of us will be able to leave our neighborhood. I have no voice today. Thank you for your patience and listening to me. I feel like Robert Kennedy Jr. Good night. Thank you.
Good. I didn't want to end on number 13, so I'm glad.
You want to swear me in?
Sure. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go right ahead.
My name is Marcia Avant. I live at 825 Northeast 4th Court. I've been in the neighborhood for 30 years, and I always used to tell everybody that if I ever had to move to Florida again, I would move to Deerfield Beach because it is unique. All of the other cities around it do not have the small time charm and spirit that Deerfield has. If this complex is allowed, it's going to ruin that. It would be just like driving down Federal Highway into Boca Raton with all these massive buildings just overwhelming the city. Not only that, it will open it up to more developments of this kind. Maybe Duffy's would be sold in another mass complex put there. I also believe that renters and homeowners are two completely different animals. Renters don't care about the community. They don't care about the property because they can come and go. Homeowners take pride in where they live in their community, and renters don't. I also want to question the ethics of the developer, the reason why they bought that duplex. Okay, that's got to be a $7,000 a month income producing property. Why would they buy that just to let dogs crap on it? I mean, I believe that they did that to manipulate the city, to try and join the two properties to get their way, to have this big lot be residential. I also wondering why they don't have any plan for the commercial development. They've been asked numerous occasions, what happens if you don't get this residential community that you want? What are your plans? We don't have any. They were also asked twice, you know, because of the drastic impact on the neighborhood, would you consider making it smaller? No, absolutely not, with no explanation given. And it boils down to greed, I believe. And I love Deerfield. I don't want to see it change. I'm all for, you know, people making money, but not at the expense of our city. Thank you.
Letty Cronin, Miss Cronin, go. Is it Miss or Mr.? Miss Cronin, go right ahead.
Hello.
Would you like to be sworn in?
Sure.
Ms. Cronin, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
One thing I also wanted to back up, I thought Christina spoke beautifully.
Miss Cronin, I'm sorry. I need your address for the record, please.
Oh, I apologize. 869 Northeast 4th Street, Deerfield Beach, Florida, 33441. One thing that I would like to back up is what Christina said. It was beautifully done, and everyone else in our neighborhood that's representing. One thing that the whole entire presentation showed was nothing about the west side. of the property, which is also where all of our neighborhood is. In one of their slides, when they actually show the existing Second Street, you can see where all of the cars line up for the school and the traffic problem that is there. So even in their own work, you can see where this is a problem for our neighborhood. On top of that, when does the quality of life decrease? And as representatives, it is the responsibility to represent us to go, hey, this is a monstrosity of a building. We need to be sure that we are representing our people properly and correctly. And we're urging you to vote no on this PDD, this first hearing. That's the word I'm looking for. I apologize. So that's just one thing I wanted to add in and reiterate, because even though I'm home from a back procedure, I'm still here. I'm still committed. We love our city. I was born and raised here, 28 going on 29 years. So that is my wish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here? I'm going to close it to the public then.
Okay.
I'm going to go and jump right in. Couple things. Look, these developers are not bad people. Okay, they're not. If you own this property, you would be doing exactly the same thing. We all would. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Asking permission and getting permission are two very different things, but there's nothing wrong with that. They're looking to maximize their profit, and everybody here would do the same exact thing. It's cute to hear someone now be against it, who I remember my recollection being up here for a long time was pretty much looking forward to the beach changing and our building codes over there changing to allow for a larger density back when they owned a large parcel of land over on that side of the island. So it is interesting to hear them against it now. You know, I've been up here a long time as commissioner and as a mayor. The biggest marching orders we've had for years was we need more development. We weren't doing enough. There was stagnation, not enough revenue coming in. All of these things that were happening is that we needed to do. Change is going to happen no matter what. Change is going to happen. So, you know, I have no doubt that this project, once built, would be a quality project. I've heard people in their public meeting talk about it being potentially a slum. I know rental properties have a negative aspect to it. So I totally understand that. And I've heard from a lot of people that say that this is a transformative project in the city of Deerfield Beach. And I do believe that that is true, but not all transformation is in the best interest of the city of Deerfield Beach, in my opinion. You know, I have always disagreed with having large residential development along the corridor. I have felt that the parcels are too narrow. I fought against the former mayor when she was trying to push rather hastily to sell the fire station on Hillsborough because her friend had a buyer for the property and was going to build residential there. And I was against that then. I'm not completely against residential along the corridor, but residential of this size, I think, is problematic. I feel that the negative impacts of this project and the density that's going to be put in there is something that we should not have in the city of Deerfield Beach. If you look north, you get an idea of the feel that it's going to have.
Mayor, I'm sorry to stop you because it sounds like you're going into commission deliberations, and the applicant does have the chance to rebut. And I also want to remind the commission before we get into the rebuttals, and if you want to allow a final argument, it sounds like you don't, but you could. Now would be the time to ask the applicant any questions that you may have before you get into rebuttals. Once we do the rebuttals, to the extent that they have any, thereafter, there will be no more evidence submitted, and you can go into your full-blown deliberations and make a decision. But the applicant does get a chance to rebut the statements that were in the most respectful possible way.
Problem with that, that's fine. I'll get back to my point because I want to hear the rest of the evidence.
Sure. And if you have any questions for the applicant, I think now would be the time to do it before we get into the rebuttals. That goes for any of the commission. My apologies.
Go right ahead, Mr. Mealy. My apologies.
Nope. No problem. Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. Oh, I forgot. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for the opportunity to respond. And Mayor, I certainly wasn't telling
Mr.
anyone,
Mealy, I'm
anyone
gonna
to shut
interrupt
up.
you two. I feel less offensive towards you than the mayor. But I did want to give, I think he said he was done, but technically the intervener under our rules.
You want to ask him if he
procedure
wants to say something?
Gets to go first in the rebuttal.
Okay.
So I think he may be gone, but I want to at least put it out there in case there's any rebuttal from the intervener. And I know he's the attorney, but the intervener, the actual individual may also be here. And I see a head shaking no.
What do you need?
Under our rules of procedure for these quasi judicial procedures, the intervener has the ability, the party intervener, which I believe is you and represented by counsel, has the ability to rebut anything you heard at this time.
No, good.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Mealy. I just want to make sure we're following the appropriate order and process.
Well, as you recall, I was perfectly fine with waiving the quasi judicial procedure. I'm not sure what it gained us to do it, but here we are. So Mr. Brooks talked about something that's very important, competent substantial evidence. And as he mentioned to you, that in certain contexts, a lay person, a non-expert can give something that would be competent substantial evidence. But when they can't do it is when it's expert testimony. Now, traffic is expert testimony. We have a traffic engineer. He produced a report. You had a traffic engineer, approved his report. So non-expert testimony on traffic is not competent substantial evidence tonight because the people that talked about it are not experts, and expert testimony is already in the record because of the reports. Now, you've never heard me talk about this before because I don't like to say that when people get up and say something, it doesn't count. But since Mr. Brooks brought it up, I have to put it in the context that the law requires. So people can talk about certain things, but not traffic as competent substantial evidence. Now, people have suggested that we hired a traffic engineer, we told him what to say, and that's what he did. That's not what happened. He produced a traffic report, went through several rounds of review with your traffic engineer that the city employs that has nothing to do with us, made changes to his report, made changes to the recommendation, made changes to the improvements that were provided or proposed based on the city's traffic engineering input. So it wasn't just us coming up with something and saying, this is what we're going to do. Affordable housing. So we did a land use amendment, and the policy in the Broward County Comprehensive Plan says that when you're doing a land use amendment and you're adding more than 100 residential units, you must do a report on the supply and demand for affordable housing in the city where you are building. We did such a report, and the county said we didn't owe anything. That's Deerfield Beach had sufficient affordable housing and we didn't need to do anything. We offered the $138,000, even though we owed nothing. So I want to point that out, that there was a specific requirement done. We complied with it and we paid money, even though we don't owe money. There was also, it's based on, I guess, a policy that provided for if you don't owe affordable housing, but you want to do something, this is something you could do. And in fact, the city's recommendation on the land use amendment was that we pay that $500 to the city's affordable housing fund, 500 per unit city affordable housing fund, unless the county asked for something more. And the county did not ask for anything. Not only nothing more, but nothing at all. There was a suggestion that the development agreement is defective because it doesn't comply with the Local Government Development Agreement Act. Well, every development agreement doesn't have to be a Chapter 163 development agreement. You can have one that's not a Chapter 163. And I think if you asked the city attorney, he would agree with that. People said they didn't know about the land use amendment. Well, it was advertised as required by your code and as required by the county code. So I'm not sure if people didn't see it or what, but all the notice that's required was absolutely done for the land use amendment, just as it was for the zoning that brings us here tonight. There were comments about increased traffic and lowering of property values. Again, there is no evidence on the record that what we are doing will lower property values. In fact, when you see new housing built in an area that hasn't had new housing built in a while, it usually raises the property values of the housing that's already there. There was a suggestion that the fire department can't service the building. Well, as you know, your development review committee includes your fire department. They already signed off on the site plan with the fire lanes and the access. They have everything they need. If they didn't have everything they need, we wouldn't even have the site plan on an agenda. So the site plan is ready to go, but it's not on tonight because it goes with the second reading of the rezoning, not the first reading. But your fire department has already reviewed it and already determined that they can provide the service. There was this question about acreage and codes. So we've been through this several times, but I'll do it again. The county land use plan and the city of Deerfield Beach land use plan and that Fort Lauderdale land use plan, to the extent that's relevant, I don't think it is, but they all say you use gross acreage to compute residential density. I know the mayor has been on the Broward County Planning Council in the past, Commissioner Parness, Vice Mayor Parness, and this is the standard procedure that you have always used in your land use plan, that the county uses in theirs. Now, the gentleman who talked about it looked in the code. That's not where you find it. You find it in the land use element of the comprehensive plan, that gross acreage is the proper method for computing residential density in this city and in this county. And we have done it according to those rules. Oh, there was also a mention that we had no hardship for our rezoning. Hardship is a legal standard for a variance, not for a rezoning. A rezoning is competent substantial evidence, as you heard, and the fairly debatable standard. So we don't need to have a hardship to ask for a rezoning. We would need to have a hardship if we were asking for a variance, and we are asking for 0 variances, not 1. And you know, under your rules, if we were asking for a variance, it even requires a supermajority vote. We are not asking for any variances. At all the earlier hearings, the cut-through traffic argument we kept hearing is because we had no left turn inbound. People would cut through 8th Avenue, 8th Terrace, 9th Avenue, go to 4th Street, make a right, and come in on Federal. Now that we have a left turn, that cut-through is eliminated. So now there's a new cut-through that people are bringing up that wasn't brought up before. Now, all of a sudden, everyone that's turning right out of the building on Federal Highway isn't going to go down to Hillsborough. For some reason, they're all going to turn on Eller Street, even though Hillsborough is a much wider road. We tried to be very quiet when everyone else was talking. I want to talk for a minute about my client who's sitting in the second row right next to where I was. That's Art Slavin. Art has built here in the city before. He built the complex at the northeast corner of Hillsborough and Federal, where the Walgreens and some of the other banks and so on are located. He did that in 2007. After that, he built the Aldi, which is on South Federal Highway. So he has experience in building commercial properties. He bought this property. We could have come in with another commercial strip or a bunch of out parcels or something. We just didn't think that was a good thing. We didn't think that made sense. We didn't think it did anything to elevate that corridor by beyond what it is today. So we felt this was the best choice. Could he have built a strip center that qualified under your code? Sure, why not? But we didn't think it was the best thing to do. It was a suggestion that it would be impractical to build the building I showed 75 feet high with a parking garage. Now, at the previous meeting, we were told that we were computing this incorrectly because only a 0.5 FAR is required. As soon as we showed that the parking doesn't count towards the FAR, now it's not that we're showing something you can't do. Now we're showing something that supposedly no one would want to do. So my only point is, as we address these issues and solve these problems, they just shift to something new. That's very hard for us to deal with. We hear the problems, we listen to them. We had a lot of community meetings, got a lot of input, tried to address each one of the things brought up. And when we do, then there's something new brought up. It's very difficult to deal with that. The air traffic controller, I would agree that she knows about safety for airplanes. That's not what we're doing here. There's also a common thing that people think when they see morning rush hour or afternoon rush hour. People picture that every car is leaving at exactly the same time. All 277 people are leaving exactly at 8 a.m. Well, that's not how it works. The peak traffic is spread out over an hour. If it's 7:30 to 8:30 or 7:45 to 8:45, whatever it may be. But everyone's not coming and going at the same time. Also, our gates into the garage are recessed into the garage. So it's 220 feet from the edge of the right of way to where you get to the gate. So people aren't going to be lining up on Federal Highway waiting to get in. They get into the garage, they can go well into all the way to the back before they get to the gate. And if they don't belong there, then they can turn around and go back out. But we're not going to have people stacking up out in the street. The FDOT and the county would never let you put the gate too close to the road because it doesn't meet traffic standards. So it's not because we're good guys, we're following the rules. I have no idea about the post office. We haven't talked to anybody at the post office. I don't even know what that's about. Again, someone said we're asking for variances. We're not. The parking spaces in this garage are 9 foot by 18 foot. In a parking garage in Fort Lauderdale, it would be 8.5 by probably still 18. The width is the most important part. The parking garage. Our architect is sitting over here in the front row. When the issue about the parking garage came up, I went over to talk to him about it. And we have openings, but that parking garage is a nice wall containing everything inside with only the openings needed to have the proper air circulation. And we're not going to have music playing in the garage or anything like that. The comment about renters don't care. Well, I will tell you that the people that own the rental building and are maintaining it and operating it, they care very much. So if a renter is not behaving properly or not taking good care of the property, they're out. But these people are investing a lot of money not to have a building that looks bad, because if it looks bad, people won't want to rent there or they won't want to pay as much rent. So the maintenance and everything else that goes into it, it's all handled by their company where everything is done properly. Why was there no plans for commercial? Well, I think I've already kind of addressed it. We could do commercial. We just don't think it makes sense. You know, I was up here a little early today, so I stopped at the Dunkin' Donuts and Federal so I could go over my paperwork. And I looked around at what I saw, and it's been like that for a long time. And doing more of that just didn't really seem to me to be a very good idea. I understand there's a proposal somewhere around this area for a Chick-fil-A. I don't know a lot about it, but one thing I do know about Chick-fil-A is they have the longest lines to get your food, a drive-up line, whatever you call it, of any fast food place around. I'd be more worried about that and the traffic that was associated with that than I would be about this. I think that's all I have. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
I do have a question. The duplex that was, or the house that was purchased behind you did that and correct me if I'm wrong, that was done directly to appease the residents who had concerns about people walking their dogs and no place to walk the dogs and then going to the neighbor.
At our earliest meetings, people said, you're going to have dogs in the building. And in fact, we looked at I was surprised at the statistic. 38% of American households have a dog. So yeah, we're going to have dogs. So we said, well, we'll have a dog park. We'll put in the scooper station and all that stuff to make sure that that's not happening. Now, someone also suggested at the community meeting, not tonight, that we were somehow using that to get a foothold into the neighborhood. Well, there's nothing going on that property except the dog park. There's no driveway going on it. And the development agreement prevents us from changing it unless we come back here to ask you. And we have no intention of doing so. Oh, the other thing I forgot to mention. Somebody said that we've set this up so that if we amend the site plan, we don't have to come back here. That's not true. This is PDD zoning, the same as item number 2 on the agenda this evening. And you notice that was a site plan amendment. And what did we have to do? Come back here. If we amend this site plan, we would have to come back here again. We're not exempted from that in any way. And I know that was mentioned earlier. Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Parnas.
Yeah, how much in taxes will this property produce annually?
I'm going to have to refer to this real quick. And I'm not going to ask the city clerk because there's 30 some odd slides, so we'll find it. Okay, here we go. Right. Okay. Thank you. Currently, the property produces $67,404 in city revenue, and that includes property taxes, fire assessments, franchise fees, utility taxes, all that stuff. 67.4. Ours is going to be almost $750,000. 749,271 is our estimate.
We're talking about,
An increase of about $680,000 a year.
that's too much, 680.
Yeah, it is 67. It's going to 749. So if the math is correct, it should be a difference of 680.
Could that be six?
Can you put up slide number 20? Oh, there it is.
Okay.
And if the math's wrong, I apologize. I'm not the math guy, but
$681,000.
yes, per year.
More for the city.
That's correct.
Okay. That's a lot of money. I'm looking at that, and that's 2.5 brand new garbage trucks. That's a new fire truck. And thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
About the lifeguard.
You'll have your opportunity to stick to the subject matter, please, and don't interrupt. Appreciate it. Excuse me. Ah, it's funny. You're good. Good. Don't interrupt again, please. Go ahead, Mr. Weaver.
Is there any more questions for me?
You have another question, Mr. Parnas, Vice Mayor?
I have a few that it's not a question. I'll wait until we finish with the questions.
Mr. Mayor, one thing I forgot. People said that they couldn't get the traffic study. We certainly are not asserting any copyright or anything like that. We believe that when we provide something to the city, it's public record. So, I'm not sure why people didn't get it, but certainly wasn't us suggesting they shouldn't get it. We have no problem with them having it.
I believe it was also part of the backup. I believe, correct?
I think so too, yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor? Commissioner Preston.
Have any more questions?
Okay, Commissioner Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. When I listen to the challenges that everybody's experiencing, all of the different comments, and the real struggle is actually about change and change itself. That's the real struggle. Is it possible to, to keep Deerfield small town the way that a lot of people perceive it now and the way that it is for a lot of people? Let me just tell you, I'm close to being a 50-year resident in Deerfield. And 50 years ago, although I haven't been there totally 50 years, pretty close. Do you think there's been change 50 years ago? From 50 years ago, from the way that it looked to right now, there's been a lot of change. Change is inevitable. You will not stop it. Many years ago, people who lived in this town didn't want a lot of you to come. They said, no, keep it small, keep it small, keep it small. We don't want people moving here. But that changed. I will tell you that one of the first big projects in Deerfield Beach was Century Village. And the people cried out, it's just too big. We don't need it here. Now nobody talks about Century Village. And it's been here for years and years and years and years. I remember when the beach was so small, there was no businesses over, just a few, just a couple. And everybody wanted the town to grow. That's what they said. We need Deerfield to grow. And now look at the beach. It doesn't have that small town atmosphere. If you were to drive at Hillsborough and Powerline Road, and that's out there, you see all the big businesses that are out there. That used to be a bean field. That used to be a bean field. Do you know how many people lost jobs and all the businesses came in? But what the people wanted, they said, hey, let's build this up out here. And that's what happened. And it started to grow. Now you got Publix and you got all those businesses over there. And it just took away from the way that it used to look and the way that it was. let me say that the Starlight Cove area over out there, and that's not only, there's other projects out there too. I remember when they were being built, and Deerfield at that point was growing. I don't know that you could look back historically and say that there was a time where Deerfield Beach has not grown. It has grown. It's probably grown too fast for all of us. That's the issue. It's just too fast and what we see. And that's tough to absorb. But let me tell you, there was cries many, many years ago to try to keep it tiny, but it didn't happen because the people that were in charge allowed those businesses on the beach. They allowed Century Village. They allowed just multiple building in the city of Deerfield Beach. And when that happened, small town went away. It's not really small town. There are people that been in Deerfield longer than myself. They probably could tell you what it was really like in small town Deerfield. You look over east of Federal, all the homes that are over there, that just wasn't there. It just wasn't there. And there were people, many of them like yourselves, wanting to come to an area like Deerfield, build a house, and then raise your families. What's wrong with that? The fact is that people need a place to stay. A lot of people need homes. We are in a challenge in this country about people, having a place to stay. And if Deerfield Beach could open their heart and allow you to come in, why can't we do the same for some other people? And the other side of that is the only way that you could not have a contribution of building, the only way you could have that, you would have to get the city to actually put a moratorium on how much property is sold and to whom is sold and what you can build and what you can't build. That's the only way. You can't say, okay, come to Deerfield Beach and buy property and a developer comes in, whether I agree with that person or not. But that person comes in and says, you know what? I want to build townhouses and I want to do this. I might not like it, but how is it that I can allow it and then say, no, you can't do it? The only way that you would stop this, if you really want it stopped, is that you would have to have no sale on property that will put up, apartment complexes and that sort of thing. And I don't really know if there is property for sale that you could do that. Is there a legal aspect to that you can say who can buy it and how much you can build? Rick, you talked about the fire department end of it. And when you said that, that struck a nerve because yes, I do know about that. That bothers me. But you know too, that the fire department is not going to sign off on something that they know is going to cause them problems later. And so I don't know exactly where that is, but I trust the people that are in administration because they looked at, when I was there, anything that was being built, the hydrants, water use, access, all of those things were looked at. It was never a time where you just blindly wrote off on things. So that's not going to happen. And I know that you know that because the fire department is strict about how they have access and what they need in resources to do the job for the people that's paying taxes. And so my issue with this is, and it was brought up, and it's a valid issue. That issue is, what does Deerfield look like, 10, 15 years down the road? I can tell you, it's not going to go backwards. It's not going to go backwards. It's going to go forward. My issue is not the size of this building, because like I said, I remember, as I said before, when big projects was being built in Deerfield Beach. To me, I struggle with where it is. That's my struggle, being on Federal Highway. That's my struggle. Is it right for them to actually have a chance to develop their property? It is right. It's the right thing to do. This is the United States of America. We conveniently like capitalism, and sometimes we don't, but we don't have that option. Listen, there's a lot of people who have gotten rich, a lot of people who've made a lot of money off the backs of other people by buying their land, doing this and developing it. So can we say now, because you're going to be inconvenienced somewhat, and the fact of the matter is, I believe that you will be, should we stop progress? That becomes the real question. Do we want to stop it? Down close to me, there was some property that a developer wanted to develop. He wanted to put apartment building in that area. The city didn't help him. So you know what he did? He sold it. Now we're going to have a nice eyesore of FPNL there. Property that's not developed. Because the people, you know, he didn't get the kind of help that he needed to be able to put up something like that. So there's a lot of questions that we have to look at. And when we consider this, and I want to also tell you, there is not a person up here, and I got a little bit of a tangent that somehow the guys up here may be bought or whatever, they're leaning away. If you've come to the city commission meetings, there's not a guy up here that gives anybody anything. They are all good debaters. They know what they're doing. And sir, you might laugh, but I want to tell you something. These are good people up here. They're sharp. They challenge people when they come before them. They don't blanketly just give people because they can't. You know why? Because they represent the people. They represent you. And what kind of government do we have if you can't trust the people that you're elected? That's terrible. You have to have some integrity and some strength and some faith in government, because I have not seen any of these guys give anything away without a challenge. So I would say that the answer is compromise. Somewhere in there, there's a compromise. I just told you my personal struggle is where it is. That's where my challenge is. And I will tell you right now, every one of you that called me or asked me to call you, I did. I did. I don't ignore you. It would be convenient to say, well, that doesn't really directly affect me, but it does, because I'm a city commissioner as well as District 2's commissioner. So it's important that we think about this situation and think about how we might be able to bring some relief and some measure of understanding and fairness to the residents, because I think the answer is compromise. But you can't rationally say, I just don't want it. I just don't want it for that reason. Well, you know what? When you say that, there was a lot of people many, many years ago didn't want you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hudak?
Very good, Commissioner. Appreciate it. This is a building that this project has challenged this neighborhood for a long time. We've had numerous meetings with the residents on it, and there have been a lot of questions and a lot of give and take from both sides. Every question that the residents have, the developers have tried to look for a solution. And I appreciate that. I really do. Where my challenge is and where my struggle is if I live 2 blocks north, would I want to be looking at this? Because I live 2 blocks from there. And does this project enhance the neighborhood, or does it detract from the neighborhood? I believe in development as well. I believe in responsible development. And that's something that I've said on more than one occasion. What will this project do to the neighborhood, to the people who live there? Will it enhance their neighborhood, or will it detract from their neighborhood? And that's where I struggle. When the neighborhood asked, well, can we reduce the size of the building? The answer was no. When the neighborhood asked, well, do we have a plan B? Do we have, businesses that we may put up there? The answer was no. So those are some of the challenges that I struggle with. They have provided solutions to some of the questions, but is this responsible development for this area?
Yes, Deerfield has progressed since you've been here, since I've been here, since we've all been here. I agree with that. Every day when we go upstairs, we've got pictures that show Deerfield 1923, 1933, 1943, and 1953. I can see where my house is going to be built. It's right there. It's dirt still. But when my development was built, was that responsible development? Did that enhance that neighborhood, or did it detract from that neighborhood that was there? Century Village, when that was built, did that enhance the bean field, or did it detract from the bean field? And so that's what I'm looking at. Will this development enhance that neighborhood, or will it detract from that neighborhood? Does it fit in with that neighborhood? And those are the struggles that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Drosky. You haven't chimed in yet before the others. Do you want to go ahead?
I will chime in. I'm not gonna hold back any punches either. I'm gonna put my position out there first. I'm very sympathetic and empathetic with the residents, but I am going to vote for the rezoning tonight, and I will tell you why. First of all, the very last resident said, what kind of character or feel do we want to Deerfield Beach? We all want the small town Deerfield Beach. We all want the Deerfield Beach that we have now, but that decision was taken away from us and from you in this last Florida legislative session. What hasn't been discussed tonight is Senate Bill 102, which was passed and signed by the governor, which is the Live Local Act. What that does is if the developer were to commit to 40% affordable housing, he can build whatever he wants there that's within a 1 mile radius of that project today. So what's within 1 mile of that project today is 75 feet. He could potentially build a 75-foot project there without commission input. We would have zero say in it. We would have no input whatsoever. You would have no input. We would have no input under this new law that was passed. And that's something new and has pushed the needle a little bit since we had this last discussion. The other thing is the B2 versus the PDD distinction. The developer can build as of right 75 feet there now. This project is 50 feet, 6 inches. He can build as of right 75 feet. He's going a little bit, 20 some feet below that with this particular project. You say, okay, well, I want a strip mall there. No, you don't. You absolutely do not. And I will tell you why, because I have one in my district that's up to residential, just like you. Have you ever been to Muddy Waters? You know exactly where I'm talking about. I've been up here. This is my 7th year. I get a call every week about that complex, about the noise, the drunkenness, smoking, the deliveries that come at 4 o'clock in the morning when they back up and you hear the lights, the beep, beep, beep. Do you want that behind your house? I suspect you don't, because I get those calls now. You don't want that. So I'm voting for it because I understand what could happen there. It may not seem like it, and we may not agree, but I'm actually trying to protect from what could go there versus what is being proposed to go there. It's something that's not hard to hear. It's something you don't want to hear. But being up here as long as I have and hearing all this and getting all the complaints, I know what you don't want. You could also have a treatment center there. Commissioner Hudak probably gets a ton of calls from treatment facilities. We get the residents that come and flood our commission meetings about all the bad things that happen at the treatment facility. Do you want that as your neighbor as well? I suspect you don't, because we get all those complaints as well. And oh, by the way, if this were to get denied, all the little quote unquote extras, they go away. The undergrounding of the power lines, those don't get put underground with the new project. The roadway improvements and the sidewalks, we don't get those either. You don't get the traffic calming. You don't get the public art. You don't get the contribution to the fire station. There's a restrictive covenant actually that the developer wants to put on the property, so that can't be a treatment facility. That all goes away. That's a lot to debate here. It's a lot to take into consideration. Does it enhance the neighborhood? I don't know. That's something that each of you are going to have to decide on your own, my colleagues up here. But what could be there? Do you want to stare at a 50-foot building, or do you want to stare at a 75-foot building? That's what we have to decide. So when we talk about enhancing the neighborhood, think about what we could be doing to the residents there. I know we can't always think, what could or should be there. But let's face it, this is prime property in Deerfield Beach on Federal Highway. The developer is not going to just sit on it. This isn't going to be empty forever. We've had the luxury of it being empty for a long time, having the Christmas tree lot on it. That's just not the reality going forward. There's something that's going to go there. This is probably better than what you're going to get. And that's my opinion, being up here 7 years and seeing the experiences in my district.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Parnas.
Deerfield Beach has grown a great deal. When I first came here to buy property in 1974, Century Village was a dairy farm. A lot of people didn't know that. Mr. Levy made a swap with the owners of the dairy farm. They needed more space. There wasn't any in Deerfield. So he bought land up in Orlando and they worked a swap. I think he gave him 200 acres for the 84 acres. That's Century Village. Because land was cheaper up there than it is down here. And so we got 16,000 residents during the season, 8,000 during the summer months. Deerfield's grown. I've lived here since 1989, and I've watched it grow. And why is it growing? Because you either grow or you die. If we didn't have businesses and projects like this that are going to pay us a lot of money every year, your taxes would have to go up to make up the difference. And keep going up and keep going up. The police are not taking a pay and cut. The fire department's not taking a pay cut. Everything goes up. So if we don't have enough projects and buildings and commercial activity, the residents wind up paying the bill until they can't pay it anymore and then abandon their homes and leave. I've watched it happen in upstate New York. I don't want to see it happen here. So we have to accept sometimes projects that you're not in love with. But what's the alternative? A 75-foot hotel? Right there and on your property? They could do that. It's a commercial property. If you don't change it to residential, anything is possible there, and you're not going to like it, as Todd says. It may not be what you consider best for your neighborhood, but the people that lived here before you got here said the same thing about you. Who needs these houses here? We got bean fields. I like looking out my window and looking for a quarter of a mile and seeing nothing. Who are these people that want to come here? But your homes were built and you became part of the community. Century Village was built and became a big part of the community. It's grow so we can pay our bills or die. Because when businesses move out or don't come here because they can't make a profit, you get stuck with the bill. And when it gets too big, you can't afford it anymore, you leave. And the town dies. I don't want to see that happen. And it could. You're shaking your head out there. I'm from New York. I watched Monticello, New York die. Go into the ground. The only thing open was a diner. One of the busiest towns in upstate for a resort town like we are. So I don't want it to happen here. So we have to accept growth. We have to accept investment, whether it's a rental housing or a homeowner. It's up to the landlord to take care of the property. And this one has not proven to be like others that we've known in the past that just let the building go to rot. This is a high-end apartment. complex. Not, how can I put it, low income housing or rentals or Section 8 housing. And it'll be an enhancement rather than a hindrance to the whole of the city. We are not a little town. We have 90,000 residents. Think about that, 90,000 residents. And the expense of running this city is not cheap. And this commission, as long as I've been on it, has kept your ad valorem taxes down. You haven't had a raise in a couple of years, and we plan to reduce it again next year. Why? Because we accepted the growth that keeps us alive. And so I will support this project.
Excuse me. Look, change is inevitable. You guys are absolute. It's going to happen. It absolutely is going to happen. Going from zero to something, nothing to something, you're going to have an impact. Traffic, everything. I totally understand that. Your taxes have gone up because your property values have gone up. If you're homesteaded here, it's CPI or 3% are your maximum caps, whichever is higher. And I think CPI is below 10% right now. So that means your property values have gone up. We've been reducing the millage rate actually. Maybe not by huge leaps and bounds, but we've been reducing it as we can. But certainly, I understand the need for revenue, and I understand there's a big differential between revenue that we're getting there now and the revenue that's being projected. I do believe, and there's talk about compromise, that this project, though, does not. We talked about good planning. We've done planning in other areas. We've tried to transition it from going forward from these major thoroughfares when it butts up against residential to do a more gradual change. Now, yes, they have the right to build a lot of different things that we probably don't want. But I don't think putting this up there on Federal Highway is the answer. Go north to Boca Raton if you want to get a feel for what it's going to be like. And you will see what they're doing to downtown Boca Raton with the new buildings that are there. It's cavernous. It's very different than what it used to be. Yes, change is going to happen, but it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be change that is being demanded. We brought up a project that we had previously. We did shoot that one down. Part of the reason we shot that one down is they had two really big, large pieces of property with a street. It was the main access point for a residential neighborhood that they wanted to shut off. Wanted the city to give up and abandon that road and divert all the traffic, over 1,000 people. Much bigger project into a whole different area. We tried to work with them, but they were insistent on it. Yes, it sits vacant. And yes, the gamble is now we have something potentially going there that we probably don't want and it isn't ideal. That is the gamble we're taking here right now. But for me, it's a gamble that's worth taking. So I am against this project as it stands.
Mr. Mayor, if I may make a comment before the commission makes any motions, I just wanted to remind the commission that your ultimate decision on this matter should be based on the testimony and evidence presented at the quasi judicial public hearing, including any backup materials in the agenda and any demonstrative evidence that was prepared, consistency with the comp plan, with the land use element and the city code and the relevant city code section for rezoning to PDD. It was stated earlier, but just to restate it, it's 98-68, the evaluation criteria, and 98-68G, including consistency with the comp plan, whether it conforms to the purpose and intent of the PDD district, whether it provides land use or combination of land uses that are arranged and designed in such a manner to be integrated with other land uses, etc. There are 3 qualifications specifically set forth for rezoning in 98-68B that the applicant must demonstrate through a statement of need, and that is the development and redevelopment of properties as apparent. The development and redevelopment of properties shall enhance the economic development strategies of the city, and the development of properties with unique property characteristics, natural or man-made, that impede the development of these properties into the strict application of the regulations of the Land Development Code. So in rendering your decision, you should do so based on the testimony and evidence and the backup. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mealy, you wanted to speak?
Yes, earlier, Commissioner Preston, you suggested that compromise would be a good idea. So I wanted to offer one. We could reduce the density from 277 to 237. When we come back for the second reading, we could bring in the site plan to show you how we did it. Just wanted to offer that.
Thank you, Commissioner Preston, your life. Lena?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say that during the course of this project, when it was enacted or the design came forth, and that every time that I would talk to Mr. Mealy, I would always talk to him on behalf of you. A lot of you I really don't know, meaning, did you talk to the resident? Did you have meetings? Those kinds of things that constantly stayed on him, because I believe fundamentally that a city is its most valued resource is its residents, not businesses, it's its residents. But as I said, I know that this city is not going to be the same in 20 years. I already know that. It's going to change. It's going to grow. But my struggle is where it's growing. I struggle with it on Federal Highway. That's where my struggle is. Is it right for this city to grow? It is. It's the right thing. You can't just say we want no growth. That's not reasonable. But then when all of you come out, we're obligated to think it out. And all of my colleagues have made some valued points. And they're good points. The points that Commissioner Drosky made, as well as, Commissioner Hudak, Vice Mayor Parnas, they're good points. They're good points. You would not want your taxes to go up because there was nothing to offset the cost. You wouldn't. You can do it. You can say that now because you're not doing it. You're not faced with that struggle. But if you were paying for a lot of things, you wouldn't like it. And the other thing is, 30 years from now, is there going to be a group of people that will be saying exactly what you're saying? Okay, this city has changed so much. It's going to change. My struggle, as I told you before, is where it is. And I struggle with that because I remember what it was like. Lynn, you remember when you used to come to City Hall, you know what it was like back in the day. You know what it was like. It's nothing like it is now. When it's this big, it's going to change. It's going to change. So, but I will tell you, no matter what the decision is, it did not come without a lot of thought on everybody's part, whatever they may vote.
And Mayor, if I may, sorry, I don't have a button anymore, so I apologize for continuing to object. I know Mr. Mealy made that statement, but it really wasn't part of the quasi judicial hearing. It was said afterwards, so I don't think it's appropriate for you to consider that in your determination and deliberations tonight. Should this move on towards second reading, it's something we could certainly work with the applicant. So I'll go back to the advice I gave you previously to focus on the evidence presented at the public hearing and the backup in the record. Thanks.
Vice Mayor? Commissioner Drosky?
I'll make the motion to approve, finding that the project is apparent, that it is an enhancement to the area and is consistent with the comp plan pursuant to 9868. Based upon the evidence of the residents and the presentation by city staff and by the developer's representative, Mr. Amin. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Drosky, second by Vice Mayor Parnas. We have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
No.
Commissioner Preston,
No.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gans.
No.
The item fails. It does require that we state a reason for denial on the record. You're going to move forward with that regard. So we do have 98-68, and we will issue a written opinion in that regard. So you have the rezoning qualifications in there as well as the considerations in there. So I would suggest you state a basis for the denial. There's been a motion to approve. It was denied. This is first reading. So.
I denied the motion based on the fact I do not feel it's an enhancement to the community.
Anything further? That's a violation of, you don't believe it, they complied with 98-68 in the
That's correct.
rezoning qualifications?
Is that a motion?
I'm just stating why I said.
We need a motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd recommend you make a motion for denial and proceed forward in that regard so we can get.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Preston. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
No.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
No.
Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Okay, we are now at the public comment portion of tonight's agenda.
We take a
Recess.
2-minute recess. Is that all right?
You're the chair, Mayor.
It is 9:57. We'll come back at 9:59 if that's okay.
What is your?
Thank you.
See, listen, the rental communities can't be Airbnb. But a single family house, yeah, yes. Believe me, those are nightmares. Those Airbnbs. I need you to do something for me. From Ben to Ben. You were one of the people that was so nice. To me. Way back, you know what? Okay, you know what guys all in. You and your family. Source of inspiration. Because that kindness and that understanding. Yeah. What now? Wait, listen.
If we could try to get everybody back in.
Hey, how you doing?
Ready? We're missing two of us. Okay. Yeah, just as soon as I get my colleagues back. Yeah. Well, I didn't hear him get sworn under oath, but I would imagine if he said it, he's pretty accurate. We'd like to go ahead and reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. We are now at the public comment portion of tonight's agenda. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes unless extended for 1 additional minute by the mayor. As a reminder, this is the time for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. If you have a public comment on item on the agenda, the time to do it is after that item is read into the record. The public comment period for that item is open. No comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibility shall be permitted.
Robert DeChristopher.
My
voice isn't that great either. Robert DeChristopher, 517 Northeast Sixth Avenue. I actually have a question for the attorney in general. And because we are limited to 3 minutes, and I may have a whole bunch of additional information on a particular topic, not necessarily this one, can I submit those comments in writing to the city clerk and they still can become part of the public record?
We'll answer your question.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you.
My name is Willie Rosetta Graham Bracy, and I live at 501 Northwest First Terrace. And I guess the fence not going back up, so. But what I want to say is that neighborhood is not designed for that park there. I heard someone say the crime is less because is less. It was less because the fence was there. And they put a speed bump out there about 3-4 days ago. And why would they put the speed bump right in front of my house? That flood, when them boats come by there and the water gonna come up on that bump, and the boats is gonna make the water just glide right on over in my yard. And then my house is 100, like about 100 feet from that park. And it's in that park, when the sign up there says no alcoholic beverages, why do they let those guys sit there all day long from 7 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, put the car on the outside, walk back in there? The police don't come around there. I'm just gonna be frank about it. And a coyote just ate a cat a couple of nights ago. And people saying that the coyotes is coming up to their front door. And before 7 o'clock, the other morning before 7 o'clock, the noise woke me up, and I went because I thought somebody might have been trying to steal my son's truck out of the yard. 7 o'clock in the morning, they cleaning the benches at the park because somebody was gonna have a party there. But if the fence was up there, the park would have got cleaned at night. And in the morning, they would unlock the fence and the people could go in there and set up for their party. In the first place, they started doing that too early. If they were gonna work on the park, they should have leave the fence up there until the park got finished and then take the fence down. And now that school is out, those kids gonna come over there to the park, be exposed to all those homeless people on the park. And then the other morning I seen a lady, she was so messed up. She couldn't stand up. That's not the a neighborhood designed for people like us. I get up at 6:30 in the morning. Look over there at the park full of people already waiting for the gate to open. Could I have 1 minute?
Yes, ma'am.
Waiting for the gate to open. Then people come by and lock the gate at about when it starts to get dark. They leave them on the park. So what's the big deal of locking that little piece of thing when it's an open park? I don't know who designed it or who said the fence should come down, but we want to respect, just like they did, want our neighborhood to be respected, and it's not being respected. And I'm not pleased at that park meeting the other night. And I looked in the Pelican last Thursday. I'm the only one whose name they printed in there. I'm a lady. That puts me in danger because everyone knows who lives in front of the park. It's not a private thing. And I'm really dissatisfied with that.
Thank you, Ms. Bracy. Ms. Freitag, did you want to talk?
Katie Fry. Oh, I'm gonna turn on. Katie Freitag, 418 Southeast Second Street. A couple of different times we've had issues in the city. And it's up to, again, the residents to come and bring it in front of you, in front of the commissioners and the mayor. At the last meeting, I was basically called a liar by a builder. And not even 5 minutes later, the builder confirmed what I said he said to me and to other people with me. I was not by myself when he made his comments regarding the parking spaces at the Cove Brewery. His comment, he immediately, not even 5 minutes later, said that exact comment to the commissioners, that he did not put those parking spaces on the plans because the city didn't request it. The city fell down. I've got a house, 2-story house right around the corner from my house that was built without a single permit. Whose fault? Well, the city fell down again. And when commissioners sit up here and say, we haven't raised your taxes. No, you haven't. Haven't raised our taxes, but you've raised every fee possible. You've raised our utility fees. You've raised our fire assessment fees. You've raised a lot of other fees, stormwater fees. You've feed us out. So to sit up here and say that, hey, we haven't raised your taxes. No, you haven't raised that tax, but you've raised every other fee possible. And yes, change is happening. Change is inevitable. There are things that do need to happen in our city. We do need to find better revenue. A better revenue to me is bringing in better businesses. Better businesses bring in the revenue, not so much the places where they can live. There's a lot of places, there's lots of apartments available. There's lots of houses available. Just finding them, the one you want for your price range is going to be the key. Change is inevitable, but remembering not to fall down is a big balance.
Good evening, Commissioners. Daniel Shinetsky, 34 Keswick B, Deerfield Beach, 33442. Last week, a presentation was made concerning the master dune, to have a master dune plan, which is planting of sea oaks along the Deerfield Beach shores. I'm in favor of that. Our neighbors, Hallandale, Hollywood, Lauderdale by the Sea, Fort Lauderdale, and Pompano have jumped on the master dune bandwagon, and I think that's a positive thing for Deerfield Beach. The mayor, in a recent article for the Century Village Reporter, said we have completed multiple projects to enhance the beauty of the beach and protect its shorelines, I think a master dune project is something that falls into that. These sea oak grass, they catch the sand, and that's how the dunes were made. These dunes prevent flooding of king tides going into our streets. It also looks good. It also provides habitats to nesting turtles. I think it's a very positive thing. Right now, we have 3-foot canvas high fencing on the beaches that catch the sand. I think that looks ugly. I think it looks like a construction zone. I think these master dunes, these dunes on our landscape would enhance the beauty of Deerfield Beach. And again, I've gone to Fort Lauderdale and Hallandale Beach, and you see these dunes, and it fits in with the environment of our beach. It enhances it. So I think we should jump on that bandwagon. Now, in terms of volunteers, what Pompano Beach has done, and they have a master dune plan, is they've engaged the youth. Their Youth Environmental Alliance has gone and they've planted seagrass oaks to go on the beaches. I know that they have a lot of sponsors like JM Family, FPL, Humana, and I'm sure they would be happy to also help out with Deerfield Beach. And also, Broward County has a Dune Grant Program which offers each of its Broward cities who reach a goal of 80% grants. So I think this is something that we should look into. Again, I'm in favor of Deerfield Beach implementing a master dune project. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? Bob Polino, 816 Southeast 16th Street. The reason why our taxes are going up is because of your outrageous projects you have going on, such as the lifeguard stands, $211,816.50 per stand. Isn't that sort of outrageous, sir? And the frog lights that are $9,000 a piece, when we already have electrical already set up, they just have to hook up a couple of wires. And you people are charging us taxpayers $9,000 for each frog light out on the beach. And there's probably about 60 of them. So that's $540,000 just for frog lights, which electrical was already installed. You just had to hook up a couple of wires. And then the trash cans, $1,000 a piece. These outrageous projects, this is why our taxes are going up, people. It's because of these people. They're poor management here, all around. You people don't know how to manage money. If you're charging us that kind of money for projects like that, it's obvious you people don't know how to manage. And the thing is, I think there's some corruption going on here. I've already filed a complaint with the FBI. I'm working with them right now, and you're all going to be investigated. Someone's getting kickbacks. And another thing is, why is there a third party involved with the lifeguard stands? Why did you hire Hartzell Painting Company when Post and Beam are constructing the lifeguard stands? I spoke to the owner of Post and Beam, and he told me he's already contracted with the city of Deerfield Beach. So why is there a third party involved? Is he the one that's handing out the envelopes here? What's going on with that, sir? Can you answer that?
When you're done.
What?
When you're done,
You're going to explain to me why there's a third party involved?
we'll try to get an answer for you.
Because I've been in the contracting business for 45 years, sir. And the thing is, Post and Beam has it on their website that they're contracted with the city of Deerfield Beach.
You've heard of a subcontractor, right?
I'm
You've heard of subcontractors, right?
Yes, I have. Why do you have a subcontractor when Post and Beam is already contracted with the city of Deerfield Beach? Why is that, sir?
We're going to get you an answer.
What?
We'll get you an answer.
When? Now? Answer me now,
Done.
sir. Answer
When you're-
me now.
That's not the way the meeting works. When you're done, we'll answer your question. You have any other questions?
I'm just saying, you're all gonna be investigated.
I hope so. You should.
Yeah.
Good.
You wait and see.
I hope so.
I'm on to you, sir.
Oh, I hope so. Thank you. Thank you. Stick around. We'll get some answers for you. Anyone else from the public? Mr. Hurst?
That's a tough act to follow, but I'll try. 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I would like to apologize to the commission for not being able to attend commission meetings in person or via Zoom for a while, as I just recently recovered from some long-term medical issues. With that being said, there are a few things I would like to talk about. First are the new 100 garbage cans that the city is purchasing for the beach area. However, I think I may first need a ruling from the city attorney if I can speak on this, because Commissioner Drosky repeatedly said at the last meeting that he did not want to hear about those garbage cans again. And the last commission meeting was our only chance to talk about it. So, Mr. City Attorney, assuming it's okay to talk about it, I wanted to talk about approving new garbage cans at a cost of $1,278.98 apiece. I too read the backup, and based on that and the additional information that the city manager provided orally at the last commission meeting, I can understand why the garbage cans cost so much. We found out from the city manager that each garbage can weighs 730 pounds each and is pure concrete. Well, the cost is not the issue. The issue is, why is the city buying 730-pound garbage cans in the first place? The only answer we got from the city manager is it's for beach enhancement efforts. What does that mean? I didn't see any marketing study in the backup material that said these new garbage cans will result in at least a 25% increase of tourists and locals flocking to the beach. The garbage cans that are presently there are already made out of concrete and look pretty good to me. And they already match the concrete benches along Southeast 21st Avenue. The important question to ask here is, why was there the need to purchase 100 new garbage cans? Whose idea was this? Is the phrase beach enhancement efforts by the city manager all the justification the commissioners needed to hear to spend $127,898.32 of the taxpayers' money on unnecessary 730-pound garbage cans? Does the commission really think that this is a fine example of the commission's fiduciary responsibility to watch over our taxpayer dollars? Another recent comment by Commissioner Drosky was him saying, I think we are doing a good job, and that is why more people don't show up to the meetings. I respectfully could not disagree more. The reason people don't show up is because we have lost all faith in the commission looking out for what is in the best interest of the taxpayer. What better example than what occurred here just 4 years ago regarding our ex-city manager, Burgess Hanson? Solid proof was given to the commission regarding the city manager misappropriating our tax dollars to favored retired city employees and his violation of the rules. May I have another minute?
No, you can't.
Even though you gave it to everybody else?
Dan, you're on a roll.
Stop the clock, because now my throat is up. Okay. All right, so where was Burgess Hanson? Solid proof was given to the commission regarding the city manager misappropriating our tax dollars to favored retired city employees and his violation of the rules regarding renting city-owned soccer fields for free. However, the three commissioners who were on the dais back then, Mayor Gans, Parnas, and Commissioner Drosky, chose to defend Mr. Hanson up until the day he resigned in disgrace. The last topic is the city manager performance evaluation form that was talked about a meeting or two ago. I wonder, why are all the performance categories subjective? How about some objective criterias? How about maybe some examples of him being proactive rather than reactive? Or maybe have him show between 1, 2, or 3 examples of where and how much his actions saved the taxpayers' money. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention about Amy K. Tanner, and much we appreciate her and all she did for the city. Thank you.
Started with that one. That was the more important one, though. Amy K. Anyone else for the public?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emma Sampson. I live at 495 North Deerfield Avenue. And I walk the neighborhood every day. I've been in this area for a large number of years. So many I don't remember at this point. I have a concern, and I don't know where to go with it or who to say it to. I tried and I got knocked down, so here I am. As I walk through the neighborhood, I see some of the areas, and it's especially true with there's a church on the north corner of my property across the street. The property there was leveled and they used to park the cars in that parking lot. Now there's a dip and they're afraid to park in it. As I walk through the park, I know we have some retention ponds over there, but some of that area used to be up and now there's dips in there. And I don't know why. It just, because I know what it looked like before, I'm curious as to why these properties are going down. And that's the only thing I'm going to talk to you about tonight. I have some others, but that was the only one tonight. And I thank you. And if you can help me or have someone look at it, just to see what it used to be and what it is now. This is the park, John McKeithen. There is certain areas in that park that have almost become pond areas. And it used to be level land. So I'm just curious as to what's going on over there. And I know that they are removing some of the area that was trees and all that. But behind the house that sits on Deerfield Avenue, that property is down. There's certain areas around that whole area that has taken a dip. So if someone would just look at it and tell me that I'm just imagining things, or I would be appreciative if that's the case, because something has happened that property is going down. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Does it look structurally unsound? Is that what you're saying?
Well, right behind the church,
Yeah.
it's almost like an area of retention pond was built back there because there's no way you can park in there anymore. And if there's a big rain or whatever, it's going to become a pond.
Does it look to you like there's like some sort of a danger that might be imminent at some point?
That's hard to say because I have not gone over in that area because I don't know what it would look like if it was a danger. But that property behind that church, behind I think Nose's property, it's gone down, and across from the area where the retention pond, all of that area is down.
We'll take a look at it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public? Is there anyone online? No.
My name is Joan Lagasse. I live at 16.
Yeah, sorry about that. Handheld. would work better.
My name is Joan Lagasse. Is it working?
So sorry, there's a button right there. I think you push, turn the light on there. Sorry about that.
My name is Joan Lagasse. I live at 1617 Southeast 5th Street in Deerfield Beach. I have a few questions. How many bids did you get on the lifeguard shacks? And what is the composition that they're going to be built on of? And who is responsible for the contract? Those are my three questions.
Thank you very much. We'll get an answer for you.
All right, and I have another subject I'd like to discuss with all of you. We purchased in Deerfield Beach in 1997. And somewhere a few years later, we would walk on the beach on the promenade. And between the hour of 6 to 7, the town gave free parking. So people could come from Century Village, people that didn't have enough money to pay for parking. They would come up there and they would walk that 1 hour. And at 7 o'clock, at 6 o'clock, all the parking spaces were full. At 7 o'clock, they were all gone. And this was a gift that Deerfield Beach could give to people who don't have a lot of money. And I think it would be nice if you could reinstate it, if you could find in your hearts to do that. Thank you. And I applaud your decision this evening, guys. Thank you.
Anyone else? Else from the public? I'm gonna go ahead and close it to the public then. We can get a couple of answers on these things. I will say this, the lifeguard towers. So we bid out the towers. I think it was a sealed bid. Is that what we did with it? We did a sealed bid for it to go out, and there were 5 different bidders that bid on the project. Hartzell Painting, MBR Construction, West Construction, Walker Design and Construction, Taddeo's Engineering. Anybody could have bid on it. This is what we got. We got 5. We went with that was the lowest and most responsive bidder, which was Hartzell. Now, keep in mind, we thought the price was crazy too. We thought the price was crazy back in 2020. And see, the reason it's frustrating is we've already covered this ad nauseum, but all you guys were home. We had this meeting. We were all here. There were other people here. We all talked about this, debated it, showed, no, you talked, I'm gonna talk. We showed all the facts then. We went and debated it all. It's all public record. You can go back and look at the minutes and see it all. None of this is a surprise, but it's a surprise because you guys finally found out about it. Now you're outraged. I understand that. But I can rest assured we were outraged too, because the original price we got when we first put it out there was back in 2020. And they came back and said it was going to be 165,000. We said, that's crazy. We don't want to do that. So we kicked the can down the road, and guess what happened? It bit us in the butt. Come back with the lowest bid that we got. Here's the other bids we got. Taddeo's Engineering was at 313,800. Walker Design, 263,194. West Construction, 269,62. MBR was 237,649. Hartzell Painting was 211,000. That's where it came in. This is not like building a doghouse. They've got to withstand decades out there. Excuse me. You think I haven't? You
didn't answer my question.
I'm getting to your question. What I will. Why don't you let me slow down? You clearly can't comprehend. Sit outside and listen.
Yeah, you're a poor excuse for a man.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, go home, but why don't you just wait out there and take your mouth shut? God, I hope so. I really do.
Working with the FBI.
I'm sure you are. This is real simple, folks. This is real simple. This is not like building a doghouse. This has got to withstand decades over on the beach. All the rulings that are on there, we've got some guy going to Home Depot and pricing this out and thinking that this is like building a shed in your backyard. It is not. Do you know that part of that price, a big part of the price, the construction's $91,000. The rest of it is permitting from the state of Florida. That's what it costs. You guys know that? You would know that if you attended the meeting rather than make accusations online and showing up and talking to the FBI. It's all real clear. Permits. Yes, ma'am. Permits. Do you know why? Because it's being built in a zone that you can't normally build at. You have to have the Army Corps of Engineers. You have the state of Florida sign off on all this. This isn't like, let's put on a show. Okay? This is very different. if you see the stuff that we built, and we built a LEED certified building over on the pier when we built that, you'll see how damaging the salt is. Salt erosion on those things. We just built the Kirk Cottrell Pavilion. You go into the bathrooms, you can see the corrosion already. This is not your normal circumstances. So the towers required and signed and sealed engineered drawings use permitting construction methods and materials to meet wind load requirements and harsh beach environment. Again, this isn't going to Home Depot and having some guy who is I don't know, maybe he plants trees for a living. I don't know. Building that in your backyard. That's not what this is. The cost includes mobilization, demobilization, maintenance of traffic, permit fees, insurance, demolition of the existing towers, installation of the new towers, tie-in survey, form board survey, topographic survey, final evaluation certificates, and allowances. Construction east of the coastal construction line, that doesn't just happen. There are several challenges to that, and it is unique depending on where it's at. So the construction of the towers is $91,250. It is based on the fact that the permitting comes in that insane. We don't like it either. But are we going to sit there and cry about the price and kick the can down the road? Because I think that's what some people think we should do. We did that already, and it cost us, as you can tell, it cost us about $40,000 per lifeguard by doing it. Do we wait till they start rotting? Do we wait until they start falling apart? What do you guys want? Hurricanes, they've withstood all these hurricanes. They're not going to be able to do that much longer. And if you don't think it takes a long time and it's difficult to build these things, go look at the end of our pier and how long it's going to take us with the permitting and everything we got to do to fix it from a really non-major hurricane. Everybody can sit online and sit at home and criticize, but you weren't here at the meetings to look at them at all. There was a healthy debate. The reason why the garbage cans look different is because if you notice, one of the complaints we got, and see, those of you at home don't get these complaints. People come to us and say, why does it look like hell at our beach? We've got 4 different types of garbage cans at our beach. Some of them are rusted, some of them are falling apart, some of the logos are off. They look terrible. I'm sorry. I think our beach is worth investing in. That's what the cost is. You want to go cheap in your own house. I've got 85,000 residents and a hell of a lot more visitors coming into this town to take care of it. You want to go cheap in your own house. People that we talk to, majority of them, which are the people that elected us. So don't tell me that people are discouraged about coming out. We got elected by the majority. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean you're in the majority. Doesn't work that way. The majority of the people put us in this place. All right. Clearly they had enough faith to keep us here as well. So I have to answer to them. We have to answer to all of them. When they complain about the way things look and what they want, we've got to do that. Do we like the pricing? No. Do costs go up? Yes. Find me a city in Broward County, any of the other surrounding counties that don't have fees, that don't have fire assessment fees that have gone up because of the costs have gone up. Talk to them. They don't have utility taxes. We try to get away with that for decades. It bit us in the butt when the economy fell. We put all our eggs in the basket on our property values. That's what happened. You want to bring up the past city manager? I'm pretty sure I was the guy that brought forward the motion to get rid of him. I asked for his resignation. It was me. Don't act like you discovered something and you brought it forward. It was me. I brought it for, oh, you, okay. Okay, I asked for the resignation. No, Mr. Hers, that's okay. You had your chance to talk. I'm gonna have my chance to talk. You and I can debate afterwards. That's fine with me. But he was asked to resign. Any findings we had were submitted into the proper authorities to investigate it. You want to investigate us? Go ahead and investigate us. Look, it's not like they don't do investigations. Talk to Al Capolini, talk to Steve Gonon, talk to Sylvia Portier. When I first got in office, all 3 of them were removed from office. All 3 within a year of me being in office. Jean Robb was even cited for doing her own things that she shouldn't have been doing by the state ethics. And if she hadn't passed, she would have had to sign off, basically admitting what she had done the wrong doing. You see elected officials being arrested in all certain different places. Investigate us. Make accusations all you want, but back it up with facts. Back it up with facts. Talk to whatever agencies you want to. I encourage you. Go right ahead. But I can tell you right now, people like to throw a lot of mud. They say, make accusations, no facts. We're all crooks. Okay, we're all crooks. Then why haven't we have us investigated? Go for it. Do it. This isn't easy, and government moves slow. It's a pain in the neck, and it's frustrating. And the costs go up, and you have all these rules you got to follow. Guess what? The average person doesn't have to. You don't have to do all this when you go to buy something, or what do you have to do? We have to follow all these different rules. Do we always get it right? No, we don't. But to try to say that we're doing something wrong because we're going with what the prices that exist are, sorry, that's what we got to do. You want to kick the can down the road? Like I said, I've done that a few times. Eventually you got to pay the piper. And you know what? The people that are complaining about some of this stuff now, if we don't do it, let's say we don't do the lifeguard stands, when they fall apart, they'll be home hiding. I got to sit up here and explain to the next group of people. The other half of the city says, why the hell didn't you replace the lifeguard stands? That's why. I haven't answered your question as far as what the materials are, because I don't have that in front of me. I just have the basic summary to answer some of the questions that people have had and some of the accusations. I will see if we can get that for you. I'm sure maybe the city manager has it. As far as why there's a subcontractor on there, I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe the city manager can respond to that, but sorry, guys. Nobody's real happy about that. But if you want to make the investment in the city and make it look nice, you're going to have to spend some money. You want to go cheap, go cheap. But keep in mind, some of this money is CRA money. That's money that normally would be going to the school board and the county, and they really aren't going to be funneling it towards Deerfield Beach. We're able to encapsulate it, keep it here, and it gives us the ability to not impact your taxes and use that money towards projects that are worthwhile. It is not as simple as hooking up wiring to a few lights. My goodness, this isn't hanging Christmas lights at your house. This is very complicated. This is big boy stuff, big girl stuff. Sorry. If you think you could bid on it, then bid on it. Nobody stops you. Bid on it. Then watch how you don't get it, because you probably don't have the ability to do it. If you're going to Home Depot and pricing this, got news for you. You're probably not going to meet the qualifications, guys. That's the reality. Do we have specifics on to those questions?
So Mayor, at this time, I don't have an answer to those two questions, but subcontractors are allowed in the construction and the bidding process, and it's very common. I'm sure we can get the lady's information. We could get her the specifications on what was required in terms of the materials. I can't tell you that everything had to be weather resistant to the elements and hurricane rated to include doors and windows. So
if you give us your email address or number, we'll take that as a public records request. We'll send you the specs so you can take a look at it. That'll help you. No, ma'am. We can talk afterwards. Okay. It doesn't matter. I cut Mr. Hers off, and I don't think he was a compliment, so I'm going to cut you off too. We're just going to move forward if that's all right. We can talk later if that's okay. Thank you. And us too, Mr. Hers. Okay.
Ready for the next item, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay. Next item, we're on consent board appointments. There's one. I'm going to read into the record a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Ernest Sandy Koyman to the Historic Preservation Board and providing for an effective date.
Is there anyone from the public that would care to comment on this item? Mr. Hers? All right. I approve. Close it to the public. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Parnas.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Preston. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
We are now at consent agreements and expenditure request. Items 5 through 12 are currently on consent.
Is there anyone who would care to comment on any of these items, 5 through 12, just by show of hands? Any polls from the commission? No. Anyone online? Okay. I'm going to close it to the public. And we can move forward. 5 through 12? 5 through 12. Okay.
Second.
Motion from Vice Mayor Parnas, second by Commissioner Preston. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas, Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Item number 13 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the issuance of a purchase order with New Way Trucks for the purchase of a front-end loader truck in an amount not to exceed $250,000 pursuant to City Code Section 38-116(3)E, providing for execution and an effective date.
Anyone from the public care to comment on this item, number 13? Do you have anyone online now? No?
Motion to
Let
approve.
me close it to the public. Did you want to comment on this? No? No. Okay, yeah. When you start walking towards the mic in that time period, throws us off. Close it to the public. Give a motion. Motion. Second by Commissioner Hudak. We will call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Item number 14 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the revised interlocal agreement amongst the city, Broward County, and Broward municipalities for the establishment of the Solid Waste Disposal and Recyclable Materials Processing Authority of Broward County, providing for execution, conflicts, and an effective date. Commission, if this looks familiar, it should be, you did previously approve an ILA after your approval, and after the Solid Waste Working Group had approved that version, the county commission did make some last minute changes. Some of them were substantive. So this is the revised ILA coming back before you. Most of them related to how they're going to select legal counsel and deal with interpretation issues. So you have the revised ILA that in front of you now that was approved by the county commission.
Commissioner Drosky, do you have any comments?
No, it's on them.
Okay. As part of the ILA, you're right. Is there a representative?
Yes.
Excellent. Vice Mayor Parnas?
Yeah, I just want to say it gives me a great deal of pleasure to see that we're finally getting to solve a problem rather than kicking it down the road. We have to solve the garbage problem and just keep opening more dumps. Our garbage is already being shipped to Orlando to fill up there. Finding a solution was the answer, and these people are doing it. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Pardon? Is there someone from the public that wants to comment?
Yeah.
Mr. Shinesky?
Daniel Shinesky, 34 Keswick B, Deerfield Beach, 33442. I'm in favor of the interlocal agreement. I'm in favor of it, and I'm very, very excited. I mean, this is, like Commissioner Parnas said, this is a great first step to the solution with our garbage problem. I'm in favor of this interlocal agreement. We have to come up with a long-term, reasonable plan, what to do with our solid waste and our recyclables. We need to cure the solid waste problem, which is Mount Trashmore or the Monarch Hill landfill. It's in 10 years, it's going to reach full capacity. Now, that landfill, Mount Trashmore, is 220 feet. That's the equivalent to a 22-story building. That's how big it is. A statement was made that an independent district with all of its inherent bureaucracy can do a better job than the private sector in the disposing of trash. And I agree. We can't kick the stone down the road and give it over to a private monopoly like Waste Management, because it's not for the benefit of Broward County. The 31 cities of Broward County need to come together, which is what they're doing right now. And we need to come up with ideas on how to solve this waste problem. For instance, we could make another waste to energy plant. We could start using garbage once again to generate electricity for homes and businesses in growing South Florida. And the bottom line is this: we have to look to the future of Broward County. We have to do what's best for the future generations of Broward County. And this is a great first step, and I'm very excited about it.
Anyone else from the public? We'll close it to the public.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mayor, we need a roll call vote on that because there is a Yeah, there's a contribution from the city
Sorry.
for the upfront costs.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Huda,
Yes.
Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas,
Yes.
Mayor Gans.
Yes.
Item number 15 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 54 Pensions and Retirement, Article 5 Municipal Firefighters Pension Trust Fund, Section 54-257 Conditions of Disability, Section 54-271 Members' Terms of Office, Election of Chairman and Secretary, and Section 54-309 Benefits Other than on Retirement of the City Code of Ordinances to address recent changes in the state law, compliance with the Secure Act, and the board trustee qualifications, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is first reading. I will give you just a brief synopsis of what's in here. The pension attorney did reach out to my office about this one. There's 3 primary changes here. 2 of them are driven by law changes. The state law was changed in 2019 regarding disability benefits and presumptions relating to whether certain heart and lung diseases and cancer diseases are considered a presumption that they're in duty diseases. In other words, they occurred within the scope of employment for firefighters, as well as a cancer presumption. So one of the changes is to reflect that change in the law, that there is now that presumption in state law for those items. Another change was known as the Secure Act, which was signed into law late 2019. It amended the definition of required beginning date under the Internal Revenue Code. So we just made that revision to be consistent. And then there is one change that's not necessarily driven by state law. It's driven by how many active members are in the organization. Currently, in order to be on the board of trustees, you have to be an active firefighter. However, the amount of active firefighters is going down as they retire. So the provision provides that if there's less than 10 active firefighters, then retired firefighters can serve on the board of trustees. So those are the 3 changes that are before you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would care to comment on this item?
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. I don't have anything really prepared on this, but I had a couple quick questions as I was looking at some of this. So I hope it's appropriate because you're talking about the pension, the boards. I guess my first question is, I take it that the commission does have oversight over these pension boards. And if you do, then any shortcomings, I guess, or any shortfall in the amount of money that they get from these investments, I guess the city would then be on the hook to have to make up the difference. So assuming that is correct, I was looking at the notes from the last meeting that there were any notes for, I guess was back in January or February, but there's a list of all the expenses that the board has to approve. And there had to have been, I don't know the exact number, but maybe 9 or 10 different management fees, advisory fees, all these different fees that were being charged by these, obviously these third parties for the to the pension board. In this day and age, you always have to look at the alternative of just investing in index funds. And if you did that, you certainly wouldn't have to pay these very high, that at least it looked to me, multiple management fees. So I don't know if the commissioners have the authority to look into that, or you have to just totally leave that up to the people on the pension board and can't even question that. But that may be something that you all, if you have the authority to, may be a good idea to look into, because I was a little bit surprised and by the amount of fees and all these different fees that are paid out to these third party companies, who any statistics you look at will show that maybe 25% of these advisors actually beat the benchmarks that are that they're compared to, and you could get a lot more bang for your buck just with index funds. So just something to look into, not a criticism, but I just thought because you're talking about pension boards, this may be a good time to bring that up. Thank you.
I'm gonna close it to the public. Mr. Attorney, I think Only thing we get to do is appoint people to the board. I don't think there's.
I think that's right. I don't think that the commission would dictate, which fees they will pay or which services they will go to. It's ultimately, I believe, dictated by the trustees of the fund and in compliance with internal revenue provisions, additional state law.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Preston. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Drosky,
Yes.
Commissioner Hudak, Commissioner Preston,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parnas, Mayor Gantz.
Yes.
We are now at comments by administration and legal. No further comments from legal tonight.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commission, residents. Two comments this evening. One is just that the city will be putting out some information related to the potential of the seaweed reaching our shores. As of right now, there's no indication that it will or even how much. It really is a moving target. But we're going to put out some information this week just to inform the public. Additionally, I just want to remind everybody that we have our budget workshops next week, June 13th and 14th, beginning at 6 p.m. I look forward to getting the public and commission's input at the department as the departments present their preliminary budget requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, buddy.
We are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
Okay, we'll start District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. Just the status of the pool. The city manager and I are in constant communication with regards to the operational status of the pool. Right now, it's in the beginning stages of the appeal process. We've been provided information. We're providing information, and hopefully we'll get this resolved soon. But as of this time, I don't have any definite updates with regards to the status of the pool. With regards to next week's budget meetings on 6/13, I will have to attend via virtually due to a personal situation. I hope to attend 6/14 in person. I'll do everything that I can to be there. And that's all I have.
Thank you. District 2.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody just relax and take a deep breath. No, we've been through a tough one tonight, but we survived. So let's talk about something good. Juneteenth. Juneteenth is coming up, and it's going to be on the 17th. They got a good lineup for you to come out with your families and have a good time. And we're proud to put that on. It's an event here in our city that we're very, very proud of. I would just like to say to my colleagues, I hope you've been listening to Mrs. Bracy. I'm getting the calls that you don't get of the people that are on the First Terrace there, by the park. And, she's been over there all those years, and she come before us, and she's really basically begging for help. I'm for putting that fence back up. I'm for putting it back up. Now, you can leave the wooding where it is, but maybe put the fence on the outside of the aesthetics, because I think it looks good, and you can see that the park aesthetics that is planned, it's going to really lift it. But we ought to do whatever we do. It's got to be for the safety of our residents. We need to listen. And like Mrs. Sampson was telling us about that situation, which I'm going to visit myself. We have to listen to people when they're telling us things. And I'm getting the calls. She's not the only one. I'm getting the calls. So I would like to say I want that fence back up. That's my position on it. And hopefully we can do that. That will give her a peace, and the other people that live on that street a peace of mind that they always had. And I think that would be a good thing. I also want to, talk to you about Rodney Brimlow. during the memorial service, we had, which was just outstanding. Before I say something about Mr. Bremlow, Horace McKeel, our assistant city manager, emceed that. He did an outstanding job. It was really good. It was really heartfelt. It was just a nice job. But after it was over, I asked Mr. Bremlow, look around, what don't you see? It was at the Kirk Cottrell Pavilion there. And it has no AED. So I said to him, could we get it? He said, this is something we need. He just jumped right on it. And, you know, him in his position, that's what he does, you know, is looking out for our residents. I think, you know, I just told him, I think an AED in that building, because we have a lot of elderly people go in there, and there's a lot of people that just traffic that area. And so I don't know where you are with that, Rodney.
A survey of that.
Mhm. Okay. Okay. So, and that's it for me. They do. They do. Yeah, but the only problem is if the lifeguard that's assigned there, if he's not there, if you have a situation, a lot of times when you have a cardiac arrest, it's right now. What they did on Monday Night Football this past season, it was a quick recognition, of cardiac arrest. In other words, he was dead. That kid was dead. And if you don't act, you don't save his life, CPR and the AED. They shocked him like 3 or 4 times. And so if you're in that pavilion and you go down, that AED will be on the wall. Go to work right there.
District 3, well, I take responsibility. We have a nonpartisan voter registration in the lobby of City Hall every Friday morning from 9 to 12. The most valuable thing you have is your ability to vote. And we have a governor who said if you vote by mail, you have to re-register every year. If you don't vote by mail, you have to re-register every 2 years. We have the forms, we have the help. You can stop by the main lobby anytime between 9 and 12. We'll help you fill out the form. You take possession and mail it. It's postage free. But that way you'll always be able to vote. And that's very important because, as our mayor has told you a few times, a lot of things can get changed by you calling, writing your representatives. And if they don't behave the way you expect them to, vote for somebody else. The key is your ability to vote and make it count. That's all I have from District 3.
Thank you. District 4.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have 2 items tonight. First is, I think at the last commission meeting, we were discussing when that Cooper City Mayor Greg Ross was going to be installed this fall as the president of the Florida League of Cities. That conference, for everyone's dates, is Thursday, October 10 through Saturday, August 12. That's the date of the conference. Saturday, August 12 is the installation and gala for Mr. Ross. So that would be the date if you picked any of them to attend, but the conference runs August.
Yeah,
Did I say October?
Yes, you did.
It's been a long night. Sorry, August. It says August on my paper, so it's August 10 through 12, August 12, Saturday is the installation. The second item is I would like to thank Adam Hofstein and his team and BSO for an incident that happened in District 4 since our last meeting. I was put on notice by residents in the River Glen community, which is along Northwest 45th Avenue, which is one of the furthest west roads off of Hillsborough Boulevard, that there was an erratic driver careening through the neighborhoods. The residents were actually able to pin down within a 4-minute window every morning while this driver of her behavior. And sure enough, the next day, Captain Hofstein had a team out there. And the driver was cited for going 44 in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, for running stop signs, and then for traveling eastbound in the westbound lane to avoid the speed bumps. So I want to thank Captain and your team for doing a great job and being so efficient. So the erratic drivers are out there. So when they say something, see something, please do, because in this case, it led to 3 citations the very next day. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Tonight, we've touched on it quite a bit, but it is a tremendous loss for the city of Deerfield Beach to lose Amy K. Tanner. Amy was always here in the front row, sharing her opinion on things, whether it be praising us or complaining, or, you know, just giving us a history lesson. And she's going to be greatly missed. She was history in Deerfield Beach, and when you lose pioneers like that, it's a very tough blow for all of us. So, who did? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Jerome Philpart passed away as well. We are losing some of our pioneers here in the city, and it's always definitely a sad day. Obviously, you can tell tonight it's a little frustrating when you have to regurgitate and have people talk over you and things like that. But the real simple thing is, don't read what you see on the internet. Call, put an email in, ask a question. It's not hard. My cell phone number is on the city website. It's really not hard to get a hold of me. I don't respect a lot of people that like to run their mouths, but when they're in my face, they don't say a word. Kind of easy to talk to. So, you know, just give us a call. That way you have it on record. If I respond via email, you got it on record, and you can say whether I'm right or I'm wrong, and you've got it right there. So then you can find out. But we're going to find out some of those other points that people are looking for. It is frustrating, but especially for us sometimes that, you know, we've done this. Our job is to keep you informed, but when we've done it multiple times and you got new people coming forward, it does get a little frustrating. A lot of this information is easy to acquire. And many times all you have to do is just ask. That's all it is. I think that's all I have. Thank you for tonight, everyone. No, it's stay. Second, all in favor, say aye. You can adjourn.